Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, February 10th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their name on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, sir. I'm Jennifer Zaccanini.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Delvon Allen. My inmate number is 374-613.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Delvon Allen, inmate number 374613. He's serving a sentence of 20 years, execution suspended after 10 years, followed by 5 years of probation, for 2 counts of sale of certain illegal drugs, conspiracy to commit possession with intent to sell, 2 counts of possession with intent to sell, assault on public safety, 2 counts of engaging in police pursuit. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of June 7, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed Tier 2 employees. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Allen, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe it's parole. You may begin.
Okay. Before I begin, I would like to say thank you for this opportunity, as I truly understand the magnitude of this opportunity to be in this position. Though I believe a simple apology will be a disservice, I've had many nights tried to find the right words to heartily capture how truly sorry I am, and nothing to those of an actual apology will be acceptable. So here I stand to say, sorry. My actions from 2014 through 2016 were cowardly, senseless, and never should have occurred. Over time, I've learned that one can't forgive or even move forward from their mistakes until accountability is taken for one's actions. To be here and to be able to openly take accountability and responsibility relieves me from a heavy burden I've carried as I try to move forward in my life. Although I was rather young, there are no excuses for my actions, as I am sure you can find thousands of youth, given my circumstances, that would not stoop to so low to commit crime or break the law. There was a time during my incarceration that gave me a glimpse of hope, and that was the day I looked in the mirror and finally saw the person I could point the finger at, me, myself. I chose my actions. I made those decisions. I'm responsible for what I did. In a strange way, I'm grateful for my time in prison, which gave me a chance to reevaluate my life and find understanding of who I am as a person. I'm loving, I'm caring, I'm kind-hearted, determined, curious, giving, courteous, and to my prior beliefs, I'm smart. I've learned an understanding of the effects of one's actions in both internal and external, and that there's a ripple effect that follows. That understanding has taught me sympathy and how to empathize with all those affected by a person's actions. I've learned to express myself in ways I never knew I could. I've learned that every action doesn't need a reaction. I've also learned that being able to stand alone and a willingness not to follow doesn't make you different or odd. It makes you brave. That bravery allows one to lead. I believe with those common basics, I could be a functional member of society. I was 25 years old when I started this journey, and here I am, a 33-year-old young man asking for a chance to prove myself. This opportunity will mean the world to me. We learn from our best teachers, and sometimes those teachers are our own mistakes. I've learned mine. I apologize to my family and all those affected, and to the city of Waterbury for my acts of ignorance. I've grown and matured, and I can assure you that given the chance, my growth outweighs all rationality of wrongdoing. Again, I'm here, all humbleness. As I say, I'm truly sorry, and I offer my deepest, sincerest apologies. I want to thank the board for its time and its ears, and I want to thank my loved ones for taking the time out to tune in. God bless and thank you.
Okay, Mr. Allen, thank you for your statement. We have some questions for you, sir, and when we're done, we'll deliberate and give you our decision here today.
Okay.
We'll begin with my colleague, Ms. Chance.
So, Mr. Allen, I certainly appreciate the time it took you to write that opening statement. And I got quite a bit of information for you. So, my first question to you is, you're 33 years old. You've never held a job. You've been incarcerated there. They have vocational programs. Why haven't you participated in any of them?
I've participated in graphic arts, which is a vocational program, but I'm currently in GED, so I've been going to school this whole time through COVID. It's been a lot of back and forth. I've caught a couple of tickets and put myself back, so I had to get out of school and get back into school. So just not really tackling most tasks and staying focused really helped me back from getting my GED right now. So that's the reason why I haven't been in most of the vocational programs, because I've been trying to finish school.
Yeah. So here's my issue. You've never worked
Yes.
and you're 33 years old
Mm-hmm.
and you don't have a trade or any specific skills that you can go out and get a job. And yes, I know you need your GED, but it's been, you said you started this journey at age 25 and you're now 33.
Yes.
And during that time, you also acquired 10 disciplinary reports.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it's a concern
Yes.
because I'm concerned that you're going to go back to selling drugs again because you don't have a trade and you don't have any type of employment experience. And so that's where my concern is, Mr. Allen.
I understand that. Selling drugs was something that I did do before because it was the easy way out. I've been incarcerated for 8.5 years, so you can't get that time back. So in order to change, you have to change internally. Selling drugs is not a plan for me anymore. So when I leave here, I will be still trying to finish my schooling and find a job so I can build some credit and save some money. But I can start looking for a trade then or go to school for that when I get there. But I understand exactly what you're saying with the time I've been in here. Me and my mom talk about this all the time. So me not having a job is definitely not a factor because I've never worked before, but I'm willing to work and I'm willing to go through all of the steps I have to make sure that goes through.
Have you held a job in the facility?
I had a couple, but you can't have a job and go to school at the same time because the school pays you and the job pays you, so you can't have both.
Right. So the concern is that, you know, those 10 DRs, because that's what has prevented you from participating in programs before. And yes, I know you recently completed Tier 2 and Voices.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand those are important because the Tier 2 will help you to understand that the danger to your community in selling drugs.
Yes.
And the impact on the people and your community and your family.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, Voices will, you know, point out the same things to you about the harm and those who are affected. But Mr. Allen, the 10 DRs have prevented you from really working on yourself.
I agree.
And again, it goes back to your not having a trade, not having job skills. And yes, it is your choice. It's important for you to get your GED. But if you didn't have those 10 DRs, you probably would have been a lot further along.
I agree.
Those are my concerns, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Thank you,
Madam
Ms. Chance. So, Mr. Allen, prior to the tattoo needle last year, it's 5 years since your ticket before then. What were you doing in during those years?
Just schooling. Same thing.
Yeah.
I've been doing schooling, trying to finish school.
Okay, how close are
no.
you to getting your GED, sir?
I have 2 tests left.
What are the
This
2
week
tests?
I have science and math.
Okay, during that time, you took the other tests and passed?
Yes,
Okay. Are you having difficulty? Is that why it's taking so long?
yes, but science, I don't know why. I failed the pretest about 3 times. This is my 4th time. I'm about to take it this week. I'm taking the pretest this week for science again, and I should be able to take that test next week if I pass the pretest this week.
Good. All right. Well, I hope you pass. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
That'll certainly help you with employment options. I was happy to hear you say that you take full accountability, because in your interview with the parole officer back in December, you really didn't. You know, it was disappointing to read, and you were quoted, obviously, that the 3rd police car collided into you, that you crashed because it was bad weather. I mean, you were driving like a maniac to get away from the police, right?
Yes.
And, you know, nobody could have collided into anybody if you weren't in that situation,
I agree.
trying to get away. And we do know that there was an injury as a result of the collision. 10 years is a long sentence for selling drugs and trying to get away from police officers. You know, that's a long stretch of time, a good amount of your adult life. So we want you to be successful out in the community so you don't come back here. What's the status of your driver's license?
I just have to retake it. I let it expire, so I'll have to do all of that over. So
It was suspended for these offenses?
I don't think so.
Wow. Okay. And any idea what type of work you'll do? Do you have any job prospects?
No, I'm willing to do anything just to get started, because I know how it is out there. So you need employment anyway just to live. So I'll start off just working, trying to build some credit, and then, you know, try to branch off from there and build my own brand. I want to start a food truck. So once I get that standing and finish my GED and take on that course, you know, I can go from there. But I'm just taking it one step at a time. I'm not in a rush. Like I said, I never had a job, so I have to learn how to work first, you know. So I'm gonna get used to doing that, getting up every day, you know, being around other people. Like, you get to be around a whole bunch of people in here and be with different personalities. So just filling that vibe out and just working with others and learning how to work with others and just being around my family again.
Yeah, I mean, and you're lucky to have the support of your family. Where were you living when you were selling drugs?
I was living in Waterbury with my mom.
You were living with your mom?
Yes.
Okay, that must have been a big disappointment for your mom, and you want to go back there.
Huge disappointment.
Yeah. All right. Well, you know, it's not going to be easy, but you just have to keep trying. If you can't find a job, just try harder. We see so many people fall back into the drug trade because it's fast, easy money, but I'm not sure that, and you would agree, I would hope, I'm not sure it's worth 10 years of life, you know, in prison, your freedom.
Yeah.
So
definitely not.
And how much money did you save during that time you were selling those drugs?
Nowhere near enough to just be in here. It doesn't matter what it was. That wasn't worth all this.
Yeah. Do you have any money left?
No.
All right. Okay. Thank you for speaking with me, Ms. Turner.
I don't really have any questions for Mr. Allen. I hope you understand that we make the decision about finishing your sentence in the community in light of the interests of public safety. And you're out there selling heroin in the middle of, you know, an opioid epidemic. And it's not even a drug you use yourself. So you're willing to poison your community to line your own pockets. And then, you know, you're out there driving recklessly 115 in a 55-mile-an-hour zone. That's more than double the speed. And you want to set up a business to transport school children?
Yes. But, you know,
I read that and I was like, you got to be kidding me. Like,
yeah.
No,
you know,
I wouldn't be driving
there.
150 miles per hour with school children in there. Like I said, I was
know,
young.
but you're
ignorant.
showing me you're somebody that, you know, isn't willing to abide by rules of society. I really hope you'll find ways to get back to your community, because you've done a lot of damage over the years. And it's time to, you know, pay back and make amends. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Turner.
100%.
All right, give us a few minutes to discuss your case and we'll come back to you with our decision. Ms.
Yes,
Chance?
ma'am.
So, I know Mr. Allen has spent quite some time incarcerated, but I am concerned about the fact that he really didn't have any job skills, didn't hold any particular DOC jobs that you could say he acquired certain type of skills, even working together with someone, you know, learning how to go to work, do a day's job. None of that. And part of that may have had to do with the 10 years, despite the fact that the time between the last one and the current one was 4 years, as Madam Chair pointed out. I'm concerned. When they raided his mom's house, they found $4,000 in her bedroom. And I'm assuming that that money was taken. But for me, he's been there so long. And yes, I know GED is difficult to take. And he's experiencing difficulty with science and math. But for me, during this time, he has not developed anything that I could say I would be willing to give him the opportunity to go out. And so for me today, Madam Chair, it's a denial.
Okay. Yeah. All right, so, you know, he's been incarcerated. These offenses happened when he was 24 years old for 8.5 years now. He is attending school. Hopefully he can finish up the GED. I understand it's not as easy for some as it is for others. He did do tier 2 and voices and has shown some improvement with the disciplinary reports. But more importantly, I do hear some change in him. I feel like he does have insight, and maybe that is just maturing while you're incarcerated. Maybe something did stick from the programs. He does have some supervision to follow, but I think it would be important to offer him the supervision and support of parole services and see what he can do out in the community. Ms. Turner?
I commend Mr. Allen for sticking with the schooling, especially as he shared with us that it's been a struggle for him.
Yeah.
And it would have been easy, you know, to get a job in the facility and, you know, use that money for commissary. But I think what we're seeing is a commitment he made to himself.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be so important for his success when he's out in the community if he follows through and obtains the GED. I like the idea of parole supervision because, you know, he's, as he says, willing to do anything for work. And I think Paroles can connect him to the programs in Waterbury that help people with job readiness and working, you know, for felon-friendly employers. So I'd like to see him have that support.
Thank you. Okay, so I have co-defendant and driving. Anything further?
No, that's the two I have.
All right. In the matter of Delvon Allen, inmate number 374613, I'll move to grant parole effective June 7th, 2025. Is that date right?
Yes.
Okay. With the following conditions: no contact with the co-defendant, Marquise Holly, and no driving without your parole officer's permission. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Aye. It's a majority decision. You've been granted parole. Keep working on yourself. You still have some time, so hopefully you'll be able to get through the rest of your GED and move on to something else there. We wish you the best, sir.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate your time. Have a great day.
You too.
This concludes the hearing for Delvon Allen, inmate number 374613. Hi,
Right. Who do you want next?
can you send Mr. Gonzalez-Vazquez if he's there?
Okay.
You can just keep bringing people in, sir. You don't have to come back and ask us. Thank you very much.
Okay. Gonzalez-Vazquez?
It's okay. Yep.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Bentley, and today is Monday, February 10th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, sir. I'm Jennifer Zachnini.
Good morning to a chance.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Ezekiel Gonzalez-Vazquez, 404-957.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Ezequiel Gonzalez-Vazquez, inmate number 404957. He is serving a sentence of 15 years, execution suspended after 9 years, followed by 5 years of probation. For robbery first, conspiracy to robbery first, sexual assault 4, violation of probation, and conspiracy to robbery first. As of today, record reflect a parole eligibility date of July 10th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs: the short-term sex offender program, Embracing Fatherhood and Voices, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the high range. Mr. Gonzalez-Vazquez, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good morning. I've been serving 3 months out of 9 years. Like, I've been there all my programs. I learned a lot. I've been trying to deal with my anger problems. I try to do anger management. I never got the program yet, but that's something I would like to do when I go home. I'm just trying to get out to my son. I feel like I deserve a second chance. I've been in jail since I was 17 years old. I came home for 5 months. I ended up coming back. I was young, dumb. I feel like I'm growing up now. I've been around grown men this whole time, so I feel like I should get a second chance.
Thank you for your statement, Mr. Gonzalez-Vazquez. We have questions for you. So I'm wondering if you have any remorse for the damage and the harm that you've caused your victims.
Yes, I do. I take all responsibility for my actions.
Well, I don't think you do, because I read in your interview that you deny parts of your offense, right? You deny that you were convicted of sex assault 4. You deny committing that.
Yes,
right?
I did, because the way the robbery happened, I was in the other side. It was another person in the driver's side. So I wasn't in the driver's side. I was not the driver. But the person that didn't do no time for this case was the one that was in the driver's side. He was a minor. He threw everything towards me. So I know for putting myself in that predicament, I was wrong. So
Right.
I take full responsibility of everything. That's why I did all my programs. I'm trying to better myself so I can get a second chance to be out there and go home to my son.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, we'll move on from the instant offense, but I just want to clarify. So you're saying she identified the wrong person. The sex assault did happen, but it wasn't you. It was your co-defendant?
No, when the victims identified everybody, I was the only one that wasn't identified. I was identified by one of my co-defendants.
Okay, but you committed these offenses, right?
Yes,
Okay, but specifically the sex assault 4, you're saying it was one of your co-defendants who committed that and not you?
that's me. That's me.
Okay. But like you said, yeah, if you weren't there to begin with, then I guess you couldn't be blamed, right? I mean, these are very serious offenses, carjacking people like at knife point, and you're underlying robbing someone at gunpoint of their scooter, and then you have the opportunity of probation and you just failed miserably.
That's me.
So you believe that it took this incarceration for you to mature out of this criminal behavior? So the problem with that, sir, is that you have all of these serious disciplinary reports, right? And I count 3 from last year, all Class A.
That's me.
Why?
I don't know. When I was in my first 4.5 years, I had no tickets, I had no problems. Once I left McDougal and I came to Carl Robinson, that's when I caught most of my tickets. I met in Carl Robinson, I've been in Sagoski. I got
Okay,
gaming
but
tickets.
explain to me what that means. What difference does it make what facility you're in?
When I was over there in McDougal, I was like, it's more like you're stuck in a cell. So like, you come out, do what you gotta do, go back to the cell. When I came in here, it was a little different. So I had to adjust to a new environment.
To being around people again?
To being able to like, cause here you're like free all day. So it's like, I had to readjust to that. I got certain tickets from last year and stuff like that. They were like gambling tickets and refusing to own, or one of them I couldn't pitch. So they gave me a ticket for that.
Listen, let's be honest here, Mr. Gonzalez. You refused to give a specimen because you were smoking.
Yes, ma'am.
You're using drugs in prison. That's the reality. And you tested positive.
Yeah, one of them I tested positive. The second one I refused.
Well, but we know why people refuse. I mean, this is not rocket science. You're doing the wrong thing while you're incarcerated. And I can understand having to adjust to a new facility. I can understand getting tickets for other things, right? Maybe disobeying a direct order, or maybe refusing housing because you don't want conflict with a cellie. Maybe even fighting, which, is not acceptable, but we understand that, you put a bunch of guys in a contained space and you might get that. But this stuff that's not what we're talking about here. Did you have a drug problem when you were in the community?
Yes, ma'am.
So what programming have you taken to address specifically your drug problem?
I was supposed to take tier 2, but they took it off. I just finished voices, and I've been in jail 7 years. I just received voices now. I've been writing my whole bed to try to get my programs, and in this place you get your programs whenever they want. So I just got voices. They took off tier 2. That's a program. That's a program for the drugs.
They took up anger management.
They didn't take up, but yeah, right. It's on your OAP.
I have the lady, my counselor. She just gave me my OAP. She told me I didn't have tier 2.
So again, what have you done? I'm just asking you, what have you done to address? And you have taken programming. So in 22 and 23, you took the short track sex offender program, and then we see that you took voices in December 24. You finished up last month. Embracing fatherhood, you took in 22. So you have taken programs.
Yeah.
But have you gone to NA meetings?
What happened?
Have you gone to any meetings, NA meetings?
Oh, no.
No. Okay.
No.
Have you talked to a recovery coach?
Nah, I was talking to the counselor about that, but she told me that I didn't have to do it. So I'm telling you what the counselor told me.
Understand, I'm not asking you what you're forced to do. I'm asking you what you've done to be proactive for yourself in your recovery. Because drugs have been a problem outside when you're committing these crimes and inside when you're picking up these tickets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing that I did was, it was another program with McDougal, Start Now. I completed all the phases of that.
Yeah, yep,
Yeah.
we did see that. That's not a drug program, but I understand, yep. When you had the opportunity in the community, why weren't you going to MCCA for treatment?
Because I was working, so my probation officer, he told me to get a job. So then I had to do this program for 3 hours, 3 times a day. So 3 times a week. So it's either I lose the job that I got, or I keep going to program. I was able to go to program once or twice, but I can't go every time because I'm
Okay.
working.
Well, did you ask them to put you in a different program that wouldn't conflict with your work?
I told him, but he said that's the only one that he needed me to do.
Okay. All right. You were fired from your barber job?
That was when I was in Cyboski.
Yeah, why?
Because the counselor, she thought that I wasn't cutting hair, but I had just got a good work report from the CO because I cut in second shift. She wanted me to cut in the morning. I was never cutting in the morning. I always cut at night. And the CO that was there, she gave me a good work report. I brought it to her, and she said, it's too late now because she fired me.
Well, yeah, you also got a poor work report. We saw that one.
That's the one that she gave me.
Right. Oh, boy. All right. I mean, what is your goal in life? You're still young. You're 27 years old. What do you want to do with yourself?
If I get the chance to get out right now, I want to be able to get my barber's license, finish my GED, and try to be successful, try to do the best I can to be the best father I can to my son, and just be a better person.
Are you going to school now?
One of my tickets just cleared, so I gotta reapply right now for school, because if you got a ticket, you can't do nothing in here.
I understand. Yeah, that's why we advise against tickets. But
Yeah.
what about all the years prior to this? Why weren't you signed up for school?
I was going to school when I was in McDougal, then when I came over here, I've been catching tickets, so like I can't do nothing. Yeah.
It is a vicious cycle. I would encourage you. You have 5 years of probation. You're done with this sentence next year, regardless of what we do here today. Take advantage of the services and programs offered. You didn't do that the last time you were on probation, but truly their job is to help you, not to hurt you.
Yeah.
So you have to use them for their intended purpose.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for speaking with me, sir. Ms. Turner?
You talked in your opening statement about second chance. That's already happened, sir. This is your second period of incarceration greater than a year. You went out on the conspiracy to robbery first probation, and you reoffended within 5 weeks. You're almost your own worst enemy at this. You've never been successful in supervision in the community, and then you're undercutting your ability to prepare yourself for being successful in life by your behavior there in the facility. Then you take the Voices program this year. I mean, did you know you had the hearing today?
Yeah, Mrs. Dunley, she just sent me a paper on
Officer
Friday.
Dunkley.
Yeah.
So you knew you had the hearing,
Yeah.
but you had to be asked about any remorse for the victims. You put a gun to somebody's head to steal a scooter. Why were you in possession of a firearm?
I was 17 years old. I was
I
just
didn't
young.
ask that. Why?
I'm trying to tell you why. I was 17 years old and I was just in the streets. So like, I grew up in the streets.
I did read about, your family situation and how difficult it is. But that was a choice that you made. And it's one thing if you're carrying a gun for protection, which is not okay because, you're not trained, you're not of age. But then you're using it to commit crimes, not to protect yourself. What did you take away from the short-term sex offender program that's going to be helpful to you?
I learned a lot. I learned that I don't put myself in predicaments to get in trouble. Don't if I'm around a lot of people and they all drinking and stuff like that, I should just leave before something happens over there, and then that's me putting myself in a
I
predicament.
think it starts before then, sir. It starts with the people you choose to spend your time with. You know, not just extracting yourself when the situation's going south because everybody's drunk and high.
Mhm.
You know, maybe choose different friends who aren't doing those kinds of things. So I don't, you say you take full responsibility, but I don't even know that you appreciate the harm that you were doing out in the community.
I
mean, you were
do, and
terrifying people, terrorizing people.
I take full responsibility for that, and I'm sorry for all of that. I apologize to all the victims in all my cases. I was young.
Well, it's not just the individuals that you harmed, but it was the whole community.
I know that.
You know, that you instill fear in because, you know, it hits the news that there was this robbery and firearms were involved. It's just really concerning, and I earnestly hope that you can turn this around.
Yeah.
That's something that I learned in voices, that not just the victims are the victims, everybody else is the victim, their families, my family. Right now, my son is a victim. My son is out there without a father. I'm trying to get back out there to really be in his life and show him that I could be the father that he needs. I've been in jail since his mother
So,
was pregnant for
you know,
3
you
months.
said to us that you've done everything on your OAP, but that's not accurate. And I think that you have still some work to do to prepare yourself to be successful. And I really encourage you to get into anger management. That incident with your sister was not good.
That was a program that I wrote to get in.
I did see that. Yeah, you're asking for it. I hope you'll get it.
And
yeah,
I can't do nothing if I don't get it, you know. I'm doing the best I can to.
You can, right, but you've got to turn your behavior around. You were still getting tickets as recently as August.
Yeah.
I really hope you want better for yourself and your son, sir.
I do.
But you've got to put in the hard work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Chance.
So I just wanted to follow it because I was going to ask Mr. Gonzalez-Vazquez if he thought he had a problem with anger.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you would need to take anger management. And even though you completed the MCCA treatment program, you still continue to use.
Yeah.
So it might be helpful to you if you try to do a tier program.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, give us a few minutes. We're going to discuss your case and we'll give you our decision. So while Mr. Gonzalez-Vazquez has taken some programming, I'm not sure there's evidence that he gained much from them. I will give him his youth. Maybe he's still of a young mindset because he came in at such a young age. But given the very serious nature of these offenses and the fact that he was on probation at the time, and all the serious disciplinary reports that he's obtained, I would not feel comfortable granting him parole here today. He does have 5 years probation to follow his sentence. My vote will be to deny. Ms. Turner?
I agree. It's concerning choices that he was making between the company he was keeping and the actions that he engaged in. I hope he will resume schooling.
Yeah.
And you know, he did participate in MCCA, but he didn't complete it.
No, he didn't.
And there's no other indication that he's had any substance abuse support for that daily use of Xanax out in the community. I also agree to deny, but I'd like us to consider rehearing him in 6 months with anger management in tier 2.
He's at 85% July of this year.
Right.
So
he can use the next.
this is February.
So we'd only be extending his time by an additional month, but giving him a head start with probation if he can take care of his behavior and programming there in the facility.
Would be a tier program and anger management.
On what screen do I find this estimated release date? Estimates? Why is it blank? Yeah, it's blank. Yeah. See if yours says something different. What are what screen are you? Yeah, I'm at 51. That's the estimated. Oh. Yeah, but that's today, right? That's his actual release date. Better be. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. So this is. Right, yeah. Huh. That's interesting. How you go into the case notes. Right, yeah. Yep.
Copy of that time sheet.
Well, the RT is usually more accurate, but it's blank. Very strange. Yeah.
It is.
Right. Okay. All right. So you guys want to bring him back?
I'd like to inspire him perhaps, you know, if he can do this for his son,
Yeah.
you know, if he doesn't, then it's an easy decision for the next panel.
Okay. I'm not favorable here, but
I'm not. I just thought he should just do it and finish out.
He doesn't have a sponsor. He has certain programming that he really does need to take when he's back out in the community. And I just think that the oversight of parole could help ensure that things happen.
he's got 5 years of probation. I'm not sure how much he's going to get out of
6 months.
6 months of parole. Yeah. That much. I mean, we see it every day, but all right. Okay. I have for reasons for denial, nature and circumstance while on probation and poor institutional adjustment. Is there anything different?
Inadequate program participation, as we've been describing here.
Well, I think that's because of the poor institutional adjustment. I mean, he did some programming, you know, but even with the programming, I just did not feel that he was appropriate. All right, in the matter of Ezekiel Gonzalez-Vazquez, admin number 404957, I'll move to deny parole for the following reasons. The nature and circumstance of your offenses. Your offenses were committed while on probation, and your poor institutional adjustment with the disciplinary reports. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And we will not have, you will not be reheard, sir. So please take advantage of your 5 years of probation and the remainder of your time incarcerated to continue with programming and education. We wish you the best.
This concludes the hearing for Ezekiel Gonzalez-Vazquez, inmate number 404957.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, give us 1 minute. Sir, can I have your name, please?
Yousef Raws.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dr. Today is Monday, February 10th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, sir. I'm Jennifer Zaccagnini.
Good morning,
Good-
Joy Chan.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Good morning. My name is Yousef Raws. ID number 440295.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Yousef Raws, inmate number 440295. He is serving a sentence of 15 years execution suspended after 7 years, followed by 3 years probation, for 2 counts of sale of narcotic substance, evading responsibility, and failure to appear second. As of today, record reflect the parole eligibility date of June 22nd, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed to ensure the offender has completed Tier 4, voices, intensive aftercare, 24/7 badge, recovery coach, and several second chance health programs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Rawls, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you should be granted parole. You may begin.
First and foremost, I'd like to apologize to anyone that was affected by the actions of my crime. I take full responsibility for the actions of my crime. I would like to also thank the Board of Parole for giving me a chance to be seen at this hearing. During my incarceration, I took the time to reflect on the decision that I made that led me to be incarcerated, as well as realizing what is right and what is wrong. I also took the time to reform myself by changing the way I think and do things for better results through positive programming such as Tier 4 aftercare fatherhood parenting programs, Recovery Coach Academy, Voices, Narcotics Anonymous meetings, and Finding God. Through these programs, I've learned a lot of life skills such as having patience, honesty, discipline, integrity, learning about how my actions can affect others, and how to prevent bad decisions with the resources that will help me navigate through life. I plan on using these tools to be a better version of myself, for my family and for my community. I have a great support system and resources that have helped me stay focused and succeed. During my incarceration, I also took the time to further my education by going to college and making the Dean's List for achieving honors. I also completed manufacturing vocational program, which I now have a job and be an assistant tech. I have upon my release, Upon my release, I plan on working in the manufacturing field. I have a few jobs already lined up upon the release, one of them being a manufacturing job with Pursuit Aerospace, which I've already had an interview with for a job program that they're starting at Carl Robinson. I also plan on going to college and continuing pursuing my degree. I'm ready and willing to be a positive and productive member of society and my community. Thank you for your time.
All right, Mr. Rawls, thank you for that statement. We appreciate that. I do want to let you know for the record that the state's attorney's office wrote in and they are opposing your parole. It's one of the many things that we consider, okay? But they object because they thought that your crimes were serious. All right. Of course they were. Yeah. We have some questions for you, sir. When we're done, we'll deliberate and give you our decision here today. We'll begin with my colleague, Ms. Turner.
Morning, Mr. Rawls.
Good
I
morning.
appreciated that opening statement, and I thank you for all the effort you put into it and the detail that you provided us. You said you apologized to those who are affected by your crimes.
Yes.
Who was affected?
People that I sold drugs to, and also the people that was, when I was in that evading case, people that was involved in that car accident. I don't know exactly what the people are, names.
What do you mean involved in that car accident?
So in my evading case, I was involved in a car accident, and I didn't stay at the scene.
What caused the accident?
Because the accident, during I was driving on the road, I sort of veered over the yellow line, and it caused the other car to try to correct, and it resulted in us crashing into each other.
So the other car tried to avoid the crash, but you apparently were the one responsible for the situation going down.
Yes.
So when you take responsibility, your words tend to reflect that level of responsibility.
Yes.
So to say you were involved in a car accident, it strikes me as wholly inaccurate. You were responsible for causing a crash that injured other people, and you left the scene instead of rendering aid.
Right.
Doesn't that sound different than
Yes,
I
it
was
does.
involved in a car accident?
Yes, you're right. You're right.
What's the status of your license? It was suspended in 2021.
It was suspended. I paid the restoration fee. Before I came to jail, they told me to pay the restoration fee and restore my license. I paid it, but they waited for me to get out of prison to do like a driver's operation class in order for it to be restored. So I'm waiting on that to happen.
That was an interesting priority of yours facing incarceration. You made your license a priority.
Yes.
So why were you selling heroin?
I was selling heroin to support my own habit. I had a drug habit myself.
Are you an addict, sir?
Yes.
So what do you get out of going to NA meetings?
I get the resources, and other people gives me like an intellectual feel on how to avoid being around negative people that could entice me to do drugs in the future. And they give me prevention plans. They also give me 12-step programs to, like, if I feel like I'm about to use, I can go through these 12 steps and possibly prevent using drugs.
What are the resources you're referring to?
Resources like NA meetings. They have like something called CCAR, which is like a recovery coach program. Like I have a
No, the
recovery
question
coach.
was, what do you get out of the NA meetings? And you said resources.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to, what resources are you referring to?
Yeah, CCAR is one of the resources. They have give me a recovery coach. So resources is like things that.
Yeah, I know what CCAR is. I know the recovery coach program.
Okay.
Have you worked the 12 steps yourself, sir?
Yes, I was in the middle of going through the steps. I didn't complete the 12 though.
Why did you stop?
I didn't stop. You gotta take it at it one step at a time. It takes time. Well,
Yeah.
I just didn't complete. I didn't stop. I still go to the NA meetings on Monday nights.
Are those step meetings?
Yes.
Okay, so what step are you working on?
Step 4.
And how's that going?
It's going good. So I ran through the part where I realized and acknowledged that I have a problem. And now I'm at the part where.
Well, not just you have a problem, you're powerless, right?
Yes. Yes. And now I'm at the part where I work on myself and do what's necessary for my life and for the people around me, because the way drugs affect my life, it also affects the people around me. And I'm just trying to keep it to where if I think about doing those things, I got to think about who it affects around me.
So you also had a daily marijuana habit.
Yes.
And Do you consider that part of your addiction?
Yes. I didn't think so. I didn't think so before, but going through the program, I realized that I did have multiple problems.
So you're pretty young still, and were pretty heavily involved in these substances. Why do you think they became a problem for you?
I think the people that I was around, I was influenced on it at a young age, going to parties and stuff like that.
But there was some point at which it went from recreational to being an
Yes.
addiction.
Exactly.
Why do you think that was?
I'm not too sure why it was. I'm not too sure how it became. Well, I started doing it recreationally, and then it just ended up growing further. Different drugs came around. Someone, hey, you should try this and that. Oh, try it, and then turn
Can't
into
put it down.
Yes.
So you've completed Tier 4 aftercare, and you are a CCAR recovery coach.
Yes.
I would really encourage you, Mr. Rawls, to figure out why it became a problem for you. You're going to need to understand that about yourself in order to really be helpful to other people.
Yes.
Congratulations on your college studies. What would this job at Pursuit Aerospace, what would you be doing?
I'll be operating a machine that's creating parts for the company. It's parts called end mills. These are little tools that carve out metal, plastics, and you can form whatever mold you put into the machine. So I'll just be a machine operator for sure.
Where's that job located?
They have 5 locations in Connecticut. They have 2 closer to me in Plainville and somewhere else. I can't remember right now, but they have 2 locations close to Waterbury.
Good. And your mom's going to take you in. You have how many children? 2 or 3?
2 children.
They're here in Connecticut?
Yes.
Okay. Were you doing the CLIck program with either of them?
Yes, both of them.
Great. And glad to see you took 24/7 dads, because they're going to be full of questions about
Yes.
where you've been, and they're going to have a lot of feelings about you being gone.
Yes.
And you're going to need to accept their feelings and support them, because their
Absolutely.
feelings are valid. You're a father figure in their lives. So,
Absolutely.
so what are your triggers, sir?
My triggers would be, being around people like people with alcohol. If I'm going to a place and it's alcohol in the vicinity, or like pubs, parties, things like that. That's where I tend to, use in those environments.
Okay. So have you, in the past, ever attended meetings out in the community?
I've learned about NA when I came to jail.
Do you intend to get a sponsor?
Yes. I actually have one now.
Great. Okay, so I heard you talk about things that you've learned, honesty and integrity. Why don't you define integrity for me?
Integrity would be me doing the right thing, even when no one's around. Doing the right thing because that's the right thing to do. And I just want to stay positive in my life.
Be able to hold your head up.
Yes.
Having a moral compass inside you, right?
Absolutely.
So it doesn't matter. You're not weighing the consequences of doing something you shouldn't be doing.
Right.
You just do what, is the right thing to begin with.
Right.
So any thoughts about how you can get back to the community? You know, you were out there peddling poison and driving on a suspended license and, you know, causing a lot of harm.
Yes.
How will you get back?
Well, first thing I'm going to do, like I said, I'm going to restore my license and make sure my cleaning record is good. I mean, my driving record is clean and good. And I'm also going to go back to school, plan on being a working person in my community, plan on doing positive things for the community as well. That's why I went to get the recovery coach certificate so I can give back to people and help others.
Don't forget that that's a responsibility that you have, is to get back to your community, to make, as you get to the step in the 12 steps about making amends, your community is one of the things harmed by the choices that you were making. Thanks for talking with me, Mr. Rawls. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Chance?
Yeah, Mr. Rawls, I just wanted to follow up on something that Ms. Turner discussed with you. And you said you completed the CCAR Recovery Coach Program.
Yes.
So just in listening to your responses in regards to what you're working on for your own recovery. One of the things that I think is important for you to know is you have to know exactly what it is that you have to work on to stay sober before you can help someone else. Right. And the CCAR program, you are in the Recover Coach one, but I think you need to just first stick with a CCAR that's gonna help you to learn how to live a sober life in a sober community. So you want to focus on that before you go to try and practice to be a recovery coach to help others.
I sure will.
Yeah, and I know you're on step 4. The 12 step can take a long time. It just means that, you know, there are new things that you're learning along these steps.
Absolutely.
Okay. So that's all I have to say. I agree with everything else. So.
Thank you. Mr. Rawls, you've done well. I'm happy to see that you've participated in everything that you possibly could, and no disciplinary reports also. We certainly do see some growth and change. You completed the SMART recovery as well. How is that different from NA meetings? Tell me what that is.
So the SMART recovery, that was a good program too, because it helps us get in touch with the youth. They actually have all type of ages in that program, but have someone like me be able to reach out to someone younger and let them know what they could avoid, you know, possibly prevent going into further in their life, and give them all type of guidance and resources also to help them along the way.
Where are those connections made? Where are the youth from?
They're all in this prison.
Oh, I see. So are they group meetings?
Yeah, it's group meetings, yes.
How often do they meet?
Once a week.
Once a week?
Well, it was Tuesdays and Fridays, but on Fridays, I go to Juma, which is my service.
Okay. Yeah.
So sometimes I didn't always make it, but it was twice a week, and we get there, we talk about things, we play games, we interact, you know.
Okay.
Stuff like that.
Very nice. Okay. All right. I think my colleagues have covered it all. So we're going to enter into deliberation, and we'll come back to you shortly with our decision.
Okay.
Ms. Turner?
So, you know, Mr. Rawls was out in the community doing a lot of very serious, very negative things, causing harm. And that's all very concerning, especially, and I need to correct myself, his license was suspended in May of 2018. I take very seriously when we get letters from the state's attorney in opposition, because we don't see that all that often, but they went out of their way to express their concern. On the other hand, we have someone who has engaged in this period of incarceration to further his education, to acquire vocational skills. He was a volunteer cleaner during the COVID crisis, which we appreciate immensely. As you pointed out, Madam Chair, no DRs, and he's taken, exceptional programming. I do have some concerns that he might not have a full or robust understanding of zone addiction issues, but he's continuing to work on that problem in his life. And as he does so, he'll be better prepared to help others who are walking that same path of recovery. He has a sponsor. He's in pursuit of a job. We see that very rarely. This would be incredibly advantageous to him because it would be about 3 years of supervision, which is indeed a gift. He's not been on supervision before in the community, and then he'll finish it up with 3 years on probation. So I am willing to grant.
Thank you.
Yes, I agree with everything that you said.
I do as well. What do you have for conditions, Mr.?
No driving.
Yeah.
And then there were victims in the motor vehicles.
Yeah.
Some in his car, some in the other car. A slew of initials.
I have a 6.
Yeah.
That we did. Oh, okay. Yeah. And no alcohol.
Oh, yeah.
No,
Yeah. Thank you.
Anything else? All right. In the matter of Yousef Raws, amendment number 440295, I'll move to grant parole June 22nd, 2025 with the following additional conditions. No contact with your victims. Initials KS, MD, LT, MRA, FR, MR. You'll get all of these names in writing, but we don't say them on the record. No alcohol consumption and no driving without the express permission of your parole officer. Anything else? Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, sir, keep working. You've done a lot of work. Okay, we wish you the best.
I will continue to work. Thank you all.
When it comes.
He said it again, I'm sorry.
Happy birthday when it comes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You all have a good day.
You too.
This concludes the hearing for Yousef Raws, amendment number 440295.
Nature of the,
Good morning, sir. What's your
And the
name?
state's attorney.
What is it?
what do you want to do?
Sir?
Yeah,
Good morning. What's your name?
Just go ahead.
my name is Eugene Thorne.
Okay, give us 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Good morning. My name is
morning.
Paroles. Today is Monday, February 10th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information.
Good morning, sir. I'm Jennifer Zaccanini.
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning, George Chance.
Hi.
Nancy Turner.
Good morning, good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Eugene Thorne, 318875.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Eugene Thorne, inmate number 318875. He is serving a sentence of 3 years and 6 months flat for a violation of protective order. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of June 7, 2025. There was no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender is currently participating in voices with an estimated completion date of March 20th, 2025. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Thorne, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
How can I start with this? Right now I'm DR free. I volunteer to go to AA, to NA meetings. Well, I have a job. And you know, I can't wait, you know, like just get out in population so I can be with the family. And, you know, sports there for me. I guess pretty much, I really ain't got much to say. I mean.
Okay. All right, thank you for your statement, sir. We have questions for you, and then we'll deliberate and give you our decision here today. We'll begin with my colleague, Ms. Chance.
Okay.
Yeah, so, Mr. Thorne.
Yeah.
Do you understand what protective order means?
Excuse me?
Do you understand the violation of protective order? Do you know what a protective order means?
Well, now I do. Yeah. I mean, I shouldn't have did what I did. I went over my brothers and without an officer. I thought I was going to get away with it, but I didn't. And now I know, stay away. Do it the right way of doing it, is bring an officer. And
So you didn't know what it means? You just
pretty
thought you
much.
could get away?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, and you know, you have a bunch of programs on your OAP or offender accountability plan, and you have 10 failures already in the community, and you have a very high risk because you know you have had so many failures, and right now you're currently in voices.
Yeah.
But you also have a high drug score of 5, and you haven't completed any programs to address your addiction.
No, I haven't, because I just got told to do the voices. I've been down for 16 months and nobody told me nothing until I went to Walker and they gave me the AOP and they said I have to do voices. Or whatever.
Mr. Thorne, I'm sure you've been incarcerated many times and you know there are programs that you have to do, right?
Yeah.
And you know you have a substance abuse history.
Yeah.
So you know once you're incarcerated that you have to do programs.
Yeah.
Right.
I
So
just started I'm sorry.
right. Now you also have an addiction services on your OAP, which you really need to participate in, because it just means that you keep going and coming back, and with that high substance abuse score, you need to be able to learn or understand the importance of staying clean, how you can stay clean, how you're gonna maintain your sobriety. You know, you might need to have a sponsor, which I'm sure by now you understand the importance of sponsor, right?
Yes,
Of having a
yeah.
sponsor. So it's a flat sentence that you have, and you have an extensive criminal history. So, and you're 57 years old, Mr. Thorne, so
Yes.
are you willing to work this time to try and get something right?
Yes, I
So
am.
that when you go back out. So you need to do a tier program, and you need to finish the Voices program. Right?
Okay. I was never told I had to do a tier program.
You signed an OAP on August 30th of last year that has addiction services on it.
It says just do Voices and have a 5 to 7 day job. And I have, what's the other one?
Addiction services.
I didn't see addiction services on that.
I'm looking at it, sir.
Okay, maybe my papers got mixed up. I'll go back and look at it. I'll be glad to join it, believe me. If I have to do it, yeah, definitely.
Okay,
That's not
so what I can say to you is it's a flat sentence, so you need to do an addiction services, which is one of the peer programs, and the Voices, okay?
Okay.
And try to keep busy, you know.
Yeah, I'm in Voices now. I just started 2-4.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Right, so that's good.
Started what?
so I'm in there.
or yeah.
Yeah,
Because you're going to a halfway house, and I don't know if you have any supports in the community. Do you have any support there?
I'm not sure what halfway house I'm going to. I just was in Bishop, and they made me do a DV at Wellmore in
Who do
Waterbury.
you have to support you in the community?
I have my sister, my family.
But you didn't say that.
What were you just saying? I mean,
Okay, so here we are, Mr. Thorne. You have some more time that you have to stay there in order to complete this program.
okay,
Your EOS date is not until the estimated the end of next year. So the most I can say is that you have to stay there, and I would like to offer you a rehear to come back just because you have a flat sentence.
okay.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I would like you to do programs.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Chan.
All right,
Go ahead.
what other program would you like me to do? A tier
A tier
one?
program.
A tier program, okay. I'll tell my counselor that when I get back.
Okay.
Mr. Thorne, is the protective order as a result of your arson conviction, your last conviction?
No. This was between me and my brother.
Okay, but the woman involved is the same in both incidents.
She's been in the family for many years, and she came over that day. I was helping my brother clean his house because my brother's a very bad alcoholic. And he asked me to stay with him, and I told him, no, I won't stay with you, but I'll help you clean the place up. And she decided to walk in, and she asked my brother, is it okay if I stay for a couple of weeks? And me, I said I shouldn't have said anything because it was up to my brother. I said, no, I don't think it's a good idea.
Wait, confused. If he invited you there, I thought you went in there, you snuck in there to try to get your belongings.
That was after this happened, and I got a protection order on me. Is that what you guys are looking for? Or I'm just
Wait a
trying to
minute.
tell you
Oh,
how the story
you're
is.
telling me why you have the protective order against you.
Yeah.
thinks it's not the arson.
Okay.
This is not the arsons back, yeah,
Back what? That was your last conviction,
yeah,
the
yeah,
arson.
yeah.
Why did you commit that arson, by the way? Or talking
No,
about?
I didn't, it's a long story, because the victim came to court and told him it wasn't me, and if my lawyer didn't do nothing about it, it was just a mess. So I pled guilty to the reckless burning that they gave me. So I had no choice, because my bond, they kept hiring
Arson
my
third
bond.
and reckless burning. Arson. You were convicted of arson third. But anyhow.
Arson third and reckless burning.
And
Yeah.
reckless burning, right. And so there's a protective order in place with the same parties, but you're saying it's unrelated. It's because you went and tried to live there while there was a protective order in place? No. Why is there a protective order to begin with?
Because that's what I was trying to explain. Because I was gonna go over, when my brother asked me to stay with him, and I said, no, John, I can't, because I'm trying to get my life going the way I want to get my life, stay away from drinking. And I can't move in with somebody that's drinking every day, every night, every time he wakes up.
Yeah.
So I said, I'll be a nice brother. I'll come over and I'll clean for you, because I don't like how his house was. I don't know, you drunks,
Okay.
they look nasty and everything. So I started cleaning it.
Yeah.
For 2 days, second day, this started happening. The girl walked in, says, oh, you think I can stay here for a couple of days? And I'm trying to be a brother. He's like, I don't think that's a good idea.
Okay.
That's all you're gonna do to him is feed him more alcohol. You're not gonna
Okay.
go out buying groceries, you're not gonna go to. So I was there, I said, heck, let me go outside and calm down for a little bit. And so I grab the garbage, I take it out to the garbage can, he goes and slams the door on me. So I said, okay. I sit outside for a little bit and rest and talk to the neighbor. So I went to the door, I knocked on the door, and he said, you're not coming in. I said, Johnny, I gotta come in, I need glasses, I need my hats and everything, and I'm gonna go. So he said, hey, and he wouldn't open the door. So I went around like the stupid guy I am. I should have used my brain a little bit harder, and I broke a window.
Yeah.
And we got the window fixed. The window got put back in the house when I was in
And that's why
custody.
there's protective order. And in this case, you broke a window again to go in and get your belongings?
No, I broke the window to try to get my belongings,
Right.
but I didn't make it in the house.
Okay.
I
Listen, here's
grabbed
the
my
tip.
arm up.
And it should be common sense, but if
No,
you have
you're
to
right, you're
smash a window to get into a house, then you shouldn't be there.
You're right, you're 100% right. That's
Very
what I'm
sorry. Do
saying.
you have any questions?
I do not.
All right.
No,
Okay. Give us a few minutes to discuss your case amongst ourselves and we'll get back to you with our decisions. Ms. Chance?
Yeah, so Mr. Thorne is, I don't know, really confused. He tells the parole officer one, he's telling us something else today. But, I guess he is saying that he now understands he cannot, as a protective order, that he cannot just go there.
Mm-hmm.
And he has a high drug score, he hasn't completed any programs. So I would like him to do an addiction services and avoidances and give him an opportunity.
When do you want to bring him back?
At least 9 months, it's a flat sentence.
Let's see, that gets us to October. I don't know, we could even do a year, I think, with him. What's his estimated? Let's see, hang on.
December of
Well, it's
2026.
26.
Oh, okay.
So that's what they said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
So we could.
what about December?
December? Yes.
25.
2025.
All right. You're on board with the denial, but not the rehear.
Right,
Okay.
yeah. Mr. Thorne, what's the job you claim you have there in the facility?
I'm a janitor. I wash the bathroom area,
And you're
and I
paid
do
for
a lot
that?
of other. Excuse me.
You're paid for that?
I get paid, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, your reasons for denial, Ms. Chance.
So I have an adequate institution program.
Yeah.
And evidence.
Okay. Anything to add, Ms. Turner?
Criminal history. He's got a 43-year criminal history.
Well, except that we're rehearing him, so that's not gonna
Good.
change.
Right. Mhm.
Yeah.
but
We'll stick with our 2. I mean, I was thinking maybe release plan, but
well, you could certainly
Yeah.
use that.
yeah,
Yeah,
all right.
20 years under the table work.
That's
Yeah.
Have anything for retirement?
in the matter of Eugene Thorne, inmate number 318875. I move to deny parole at this time. We're going to rehear the case in December of 2025. Reasons for denial are inadequate program participation, inadequate evidence of offender change, and an inadequate release plan. The panel is going to recommend that prior to your next hearing in December of 25, you participate in programs, whatever program you can get into, definitely an addiction services program, finish out the voices, no disciplinary reports, and try to come up with a solid plan for when you're released. Okay, is there a second to the denial? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. For the record, Ms. Turner was not in favor of a new hearing date. All right, so keep working. We'll see you at the end of the year in December, okay?
Okay.
You'll get this in writing. Good luck to you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
This now concludes the hearing for Mr. Thorne, inmate number 318875.
Morning, ma'am.
Hustle.
Good morning, Mr. Kim. Give us 1 second, okay?
He said he's been part of the family.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, February 10th, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and when stating their names on the record certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, sir. I'm Jennifer Zaccanini.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Nancy Turner.
Good morning, ma'am.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Young Kim.
Your inmate number, please.
My inmate number is 448273.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of an application for Young Sik Kim, inmate number 448273. He is serving a sentence of 5 years, execution suspended after 27 months with 15 years of probation to follow for sex assault 3 and assault 3. As of today, record reflecting a parole eligibility date of May 16th, 2025. There is no victim case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed voices and he is currently participating in the short-term sex offender program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low range. Mr. Kim, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Yes, good morning, ma'am. My name is Young Kim. I would like to thank for board for the opportunity to be held and consider my full parole release. This is why I believe I should grant the parole. I know what I did wrong. I was in wrong place and wrong time and wrong decision I made. That I know 100% I made an impact to someone mentally and physically. That is why I am. Here for punishment my life. incarceration. I'm totally blame myself. And this punishment never end until my life is over. If a victim and family watching me now, I would like to say I'm truly sorry and apologize to you and your family. Also my family and my church members and community. I'm sorry what I ever done. I'm so regret. I know sorry and apologies never enough. If anything I can do more than sorry and apology. I will do the rest of my life. I pray to God for give me mercy all the time, every day. If I grant parole today after parole to home, I will follow the parole officer to any restriction, even my personal life. Continue treatment with the program to help my behavior. No more police contact, never and ever. I learned so much valuable lesson through my OAP program, such as boys and sex treatment, how to get away from trouble. So never come back in prison and don't do my freedom, don't lose my freedom. No other victim. I have a positive attitude and respect other, living good citizen for the rest of my life. Also, I'm so sorry to my trial court judge and prosecutor and juror. Because of me, they spend waste time and lots of money. I'm truly sorry for that. I have a lovely wife and lovely family praying for me come home soon. Also, I love my family too and miss my family so much. When I go home, I will continuously help my community with my wife all the time together. Also focus on my new church project with my church members and pastor. 2025 is my 40 years American Dream anniversary. And my 40 years wedding anniversary, also my 40-year church anniversary. I would like to plan something special event for my wife and church for celebration this time. Please help. Thank you so much.
Okay, Mr. Kim, thank you for your statement. We do have some questions for you, and then we'll deliberate and we'll give you our decision here today. So I just want to clarify for the record, you were offered just probation, right? No jail time in exchange for a guilty plea. However, you took this to trial because you deny committing this offense, right?
Right.
Okay, so according to you, you were in the victim's home, but she made advances towards you and you rejected her, and you think that's why? Okay.
Yes.
She would make these, so you still deny committing the offense. Okay. And I understand you filed an appeal. Was the appeal, is that still pending?
Yes, because I don't know nothing about peer because my daughters and my wife's are doing all the peers. So
Okay.
I only can ask for them what's going on, but they say
Okay.
yes, still like going on.
All right. I mean, these are very serious allegations for someone to make up. Did you physically attack her, assault her?
Well, at this moment, what can I say? Yes, I did. I pushed her and I yelled into her.
You pushed her and you yelled at her. Okay.
Yes.
But you deny any inappropriate sexual contact.
No, actually, I'm sorry.
And did you cover her mouth?
No, I can't. I didn't do anything like
So
that.
according to you, you pushed her. Did she fall to the ground?
No, she didn't fall ground, but she pushed about maybe 3-4 steps back. And I was almost hit her face, my hands raised, trying to slap her face.
So why would she go to the hospital, sir?
I think she, even, why didn't she go to hospital?
She went to the hospital? Why did she go to the hospital if you say she wasn't injured at all?
No, she wasn't go to hospital. She wasn't go to hospital for just the police say go to hospital for checkup for the her injury or
So
whatever.
you think she went to the hospital because the police told her to go there?
Yeah, because she didn't go. She come to work next day. 5 days she worked with me, so no problem.
Okay. Okay.
That was
All right,
after
so-
5 days.
Okay, so we'll move forward, right? Because you were convicted, we're here in a jury trial. And you do realize that you have to register with the sex offender registry? Did someone explain that to you?
Yes,
Okay. All right, and you have 15 years of probation to follow your sentence.
yes,
You understand you'll be required to do more programming in the community,
yes,
sex offender treatment. There's a protective order for the victim, so you can't have any type of contact at all.
yes,
Do you understand that?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so tell me, you're in the short track sex offender program now. What are you learning there?
Well, I never really knew about a sex offender program, but at this times, I was learning from all the other people with the program, that mental health, whatever the doctors teaching us for how to get away from the trouble, how to get away from not getting involved with any woman, with don't make another mistake, then you're gonna come back here your lifetime. So I respect all other women to be all the time. I'm sorry, with my mouth so dry.
It's okay.
And we have discussed with a couple of inmates together, you know, after we have a program, come back to the dorm, so about what's going on with it, and you know, after you go out, how to not make trouble again. So
Okay.
to me, it's like I said, I'm old enough and I don't have anything in my mind with the sex or whatever. So I told them, I said, I have no problem with the any woman contact because I'm not going to make another mistake with someone alone, especially women. I'm not going over
I
there.
read that. Okay. Yeah, you don't plan to be alone with any women. And
yeah,
you're planning to live with your wife who still supports you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you plan to work again?
Well, I love to, but I'm not sure they're going to hire me because with my record.
Yeah.
But I will do community service if I can do with any volunteers and also churches. That's what I will do with my wife.
Okay. All right, thank you for speaking with me, Ms. Turner.
Mr. Kim, in your opening statement, you apologized to the jury and to the state for putting them through the trial.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that because you should have just admitted to the crime?
No, well, actually, I should understand, beginning with I cannot win the state. I should know about that, but I'm sorry because I thought it was I'm probably because my attorney said you might gonna win, so go to 3 trials. So I followed my attorney because I never knew about nothing about jury trials, anything about the law. So I followed with my attorneys.
So you said in your opening statement, you know what you did was wrong. What is it that you're admitting you did?
Yes, actually, I know I did it wrong because I should get away from after I speak to her. I know what's going on, that I should walk out the door, but why I make her yelling and pushing to her, almost slapped her face, that make her really upset. I knew that.
But,
So,
well, it was a lot more than that, sir. You know, she was afraid for her life.
yeah, I understand that, yes.
She was in a state of shock and horror, felt ashamed, violated, and disgusted. it was a friend who encouraged her to go to the hospital and call the police. And the details of her account are very clear, and you would have read that in the pre-sentence investigation, you know, and even the police report said her story and the physical exam were consistent with an assault taking place. You told her that you thought she needed sex. Why would you say that to someone?
Well,
Coworker.
no, I didn't say that to her, but I don't know what's the next day she came to work and talked to the whole coworker to what happened before that night. Because I believe that this is what happened because, you know, whatever happens, I blame myself, and I agree because of my juror say, yes, beyond reasonable doubt, you're guilty. So I said, okay, I'm sorry, I'm guilty. That I accept 100%. Even right now, I didn't say, okay, I didn't do it, I didn't do this, but what makes difference? So I'm incarcerated, I get a punishment doing it. So I like to say, okay, yes, I accepted or whatever I did it.
So you're accepting responsibility for the conviction, but you deny the crime.
Yes, I accept my crime, yes.
And in one account, you said that this was the victim retaliating because she was jealous that you liked somebody else at work.
Well, that's her best friend. I've been friends with her for past 30 years and company, over 30 years actually, but that's
Are you
what
having sex with her?
No, she's really good with my same age with me, and then we have coffee talk every day. Everybody know we're trying to practice English every day in the company. That's what reason only I've been friends with her for over 30 years. But I believe she have maybe jealous, maybe she had wrong ideas. Maybe we more than friend, maybe she think. But it's not.
You said that the victim is jealous of his relationship with the coworker, and she wanted revenge because she was angry and embarrassed that you had rejected her advances. But you know the jury didn't believe any of that.
Yes, I agree with that. Yes, because I made a wrong decision anyway.
I really hope at some point, Mr. Kim, you can, you know, do some soul searching and really take responsibility for the harm that you did to this person, you know, violating the trust and really assaulting her and humiliating her. This assault went on for an hour and she was really afraid for her life. And, you know, I just, very concerned that you are not at all responsible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Ms. Chance?
I have no questions.
Okay. Give us a few minutes to discuss your case, sir, and we'll get back to you shortly with our decision. All right,
Okay.
so Mr. Kim has continued throughout the entire process denying his offense. However, he has taken or he's involved in the short track sex offender program now. Due to complete in another month. Completed the Voices program, is working in the facility. He's received no disciplinary reports. 64 years old with some medical stuff that we won't discuss on the record, but no criminal history. I see no further benefit to incarceration. You know, he's got 15 years probation, so he's going to do a lot more work on himself. And I would vote to grant parole contingent upon completion of that program. Ms. Turner?
It's a deny for me. I think 27 months for the harm that he did to this victim is really quite lenient. Mm-hmm. And I think he still has some work to do on himself to reconcile responsibility and what it truly means. There was, that was really a very violent assault on this elderly victim who was really traumatized
Thank you,
by
Ms.
his
Chance.
choices.
Thank you. Ms. Chance?
I am willing to grant because I believe all that will come into play for him when he does the problem sexual behavior treatment in the community. And, all the additional testing that they have to do.
Mm-hmm.
So despite the fact that he continues to deny, I think some of that may change.
That's a good point. Yeah. All right. Thank you. In the matter of Young Sik Kim, inmate number 448273, I'll move to grant parole on May 16th, 2025 with the following conditions: no contact with the victim, initials ST, problem sexual behavior treatment in the community, and parole is contingent upon completion of the short track sex offender program that he's currently participating in the facility. Is there anything further? Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
This is a majority decision with panel member Turner dissenting. Okay, sir, do you understand?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Okay, you'll get all of this in writing. We wish you the best. Finish that program that you're in, okay?
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
This concludes the hearing from Young Kim, inmate number 448273. You're all set, sir.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Hey, good morning.
Kidding. This is the last
Good morning, your
one.
name, sir?
And over your head.
Hello?
Can I
Hello.
have your document?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Can I have your name, please?
Jordan Johnson.
Okay, give us 1 second.
Yeah, no problem.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, February 10th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, sir. I'm Jennifer Zaccanini.
Good morning, George Chance.
Nancy Turner.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jordan Johnson, 432-681.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jordan Johnson, inmate number 432681. He is serving a sentence of 15 years, execution suspended after 3 years, followed by 5 years of probation. He counts of violating a standing criminal protective order. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of April 22nd, 2025. There was no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed Alternative to Violence Basic and Advanced Workshop, Voices, Anger Management, Tier 2, and Domestic Violence. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk of recidivism. Mr. Johnson, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I wrote a letter for you guys.
Sure.
You guys mind if I read it?
Go ahead.
Okay, so to the members of the Board of Pardons and Parole, I want to start by thanking you for the opportunity and the chance at early release. During my time of incarceration, I've had a lot of time to reflect and have come to the realization that the behavior I was exhibiting was toxic, hurtful, and traumatizing to my victim, their family, friends, and my loved ones as well. I want to first and foremost take this opportunity to take full accountability for my actions and to sincerely apologize to the victim and everyone that were affected by my selfish behavior. Through this time incarcerated, I have learned many things about myself through intense institutional programming, education, and self-reflection. Since my time incarcerated, I have completed all my offender accountability plan requirements, including Voices Program for Victim Impact, Domestic Violence, Alternative Violence Program, Alternative Violence Advanced, Anger Management, and Tier 2. In these programs, I have learned about addictive behaviors, effective coping mechanisms, healthy communication habits, de-escalation techniques, and conflict resolutions. Through my time incarcerated, I have been able to recognize how having an active addiction has contributed to many negative choices and has led to me having to be accountable for my poor behavior. There hasn't been a day that I have not solemnly reflected on the impact my behavior and choices have had on my victim, her family, her friends, as well as my loved ones as well. As I conclude, I sincerely hope that this board can see the permanent changes I have made while incarcerated. 4 months of working in the kitchen with a good work report from my direct supervisor, being enrolled in the Vocational Village Building Trades program, a good work report from my dorm officer, a solid reentry plan, including concrete employment, private therapy for emotional support and counseling, and regular inmate meetings in my community as well. And regular inmate meetings in my community as well, and love and support from countless family and friends. I am asking this board to please consider the work I have put in since being incarcerated, and to please give me this second chance, this opportunity to being a happy, healthy, productive member of society. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your statement, Mr. Johnson. We have some questions for you, and when we're done, we'll deliberate amongst ourselves and give you our decision. We'll begin with my colleague, Ms. Turner.
So, Mr. Johnson, was your statement in part saying that your active addiction is why you committed these crimes?
I mean, I just know that I wasn't making the right decisions being under the influence, seeing how my thought process is today. And I just know that that was a big role in the actions I was making, you know, because how I see life right now is I wouldn't have done the things out of respect of the court's decision. And, you know, I was acting out of character.
Well, you know, you have protective order violations that go back to 2021. Was that with a different victim?
Yeah, that was with my ex-girlfriend. Yeah.
So now you have two victims that have protective orders, felt the need to go to court to get a protective order against you because of the way you were treating them.
Yeah, my alcohol use and substance use. I'm not making no excuses, but you know, I lost my nephew, and when I lost my nephew, I kind of went up a roller coaster, and I'm not making.
Yeah, well, a lot of people, you know, experience losses like that, and then, you know, relapse or pick up substances, but they don't then beat their partners.
Absolutely.
So, now you have a protective order against you, I see, to the year 2031. What does that mean to you?
That means to me that I have to respect people's boundaries and I just know that going forward, I'm not going to make the same mistakes that I made before coming into incarceration. And I mean, I learned many tools throughout this program.
The question was, what does the protective order issued by the court mean to you?
It means to me that I have to respect the court's order.
How will you do that?
By focusing on my future and what's going to be best for me, and just trying to make the best out of my life going forward.
Well, specific to the order, you're not to have any contact, correct?
Oh yeah, absolutely. No contact at all. I'm totally in a different direction now.
Okay, well, but you know, we need to be clear, because here you are in front of us for 3 counts of violating a protective order. So I need some assurance that you understand what that means for your behavior going forward. And you've contacted the victim in the past through third party, through social media, and by text messaging. Do you understand that all of that is prohibited by the order?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yes, I do.
Okay, well, it's good that we have a shared understanding. So if you come back before us and say, well, I didn't know I couldn't, you know, have my mom call her and ask her not to report me to the police for violating the order, which happened.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then you reached out on social media to the father of your ex-girlfriend's kids, his new girlfriend. You didn't even know her. What were you doing?
I don't know.
What did you hope to achieve?
I have no idea what I was thinking on making them decisions, and I'm really remorseful to the victims and whoever I impacted in these situations. I know how I think today and the direction I'm heading in. I know I would never put myself in a situation like that going forward.
Well, I hope so, because I'm counting 6 now convictions for violating protective orders. I just can't even imagine what it was like for this woman who'd never met you to be getting text messages because she's dating the father of your girlfriend's ex-girlfriend's kids. I mean, it's crazy. So you have had a problem with cocaine in addition to what else?
Alcohol.
Okay. And in the past, you've done AA and NA. What is your relapse prevention plan? I know you're still in tier 2. When do you finish that?
Yeah, I just finished on Wednesday. This past Wednesday, I finished tier 2.
Okay, so you must have a good relapse prevention plan. Tell me what it is.
Yeah, my plan is to get an IOP if I'm granted parole. My plan is to get an IOP and stay around recovery, because I know I can't do this by myself. And I know when I was doing NA and NA meetings in the past, I had a long period of sobriety, and that's my main thing. Like I need to stay clean to get to where I need to in life and to achieve what I want to. Like I have big plans when I get out of here. And
okay,
for my
one thing at a time, Mr. Johnson. We're still on your relapse prevention plan, and all I've heard from you is IOP and stay around recovery. I need some specifics.
NA and AA meetings, be around positive influence people. My boss is someone I'm planning on. He's like a mentor for me, and I look up to him. And
is he living in recovery?
No, he doesn't have
Okay.
Yeah,
So we're sticking with the relapse prevention plan. So, are you in a place where you're going to build a network of support in the recovery community?
yeah, I'm planning on starting counseling, getting into counseling for like emotional support and just have someone to talk to about my situation. 'Cause I felt like I really didn't have no one to turn to, and everyone was coming to me for support. So
You have your mother in your life, which is, fortunate. You've got this boss who's a mentor to you. So how did you not have people to talk to?
I was at the time I just wasn't. I felt like at the time they were telling me what they wanted me to do, and I just felt like they were nagging me at the time of my addiction, and I just kept like turning my back.
So you wanted to do what you wanted to do, which was to keep using and try to get this person to stay in your life, and you weren't focused on anything healthy. Is that right? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I was in a bad place before I came in here.
So, have you ever heard of 90 and 90?
Oh yes, I have. My father done that in the past, and it was very helpful for him. And I was planning on doing that too. I just got to work it around my work schedule, but I talked to my boss, and
there are meetings all times of day, 7 days a week.
Yes,
Do you know that there are different kinds of meetings? Like there are speaker meetings, there's all male meetings, there's step meetings.
Yeah, and I know there's meetings on virtual like meetings too. I got told, so I'm looking to get back into that also. Just so like I said, so I can stay around. So I can hear people's stories and get like people that in recovery get new like positive friends. Like I know I can't hang around with the same group of friends I was around before. So I'm looking to like ask for help. I don't ever want to experience this again.
Do you know about the 12 steps that the NA and AA are built around?
Yes, we were going over a little bit of them in tier 2.
Great. Okay. So it's more than just sitting in meetings, drinking bad coffee, and listening to other people's stories, but you actually need to be working on yourselves.
Absolutely.
So your boss's letter to us, in addition to offering housing and a job, which is incredibly generous, described you as a positive influence in the community. What did he mean by that?
So I basically did the hiring for his company. I'll have people from the community, friends, and people that are looking for work. I'll get them work and keep them busy, keep them out of trouble. And I was doing this flag football league when I was clean, and I'm looking to get back into all that stuff. I'm looking to I like helping people, so I like how that feels, like land in the hand for somebody and trying to better their life. I get a thrill off of that. So
what are your priorities, Mr. Johnson?
my priorities is to sorry, I'm just a little nervous, but my priorities is just to get my life together and my plan is to start my own business. And I feel like I have a real strong foundation right now. So, and just being around like this positive support that I got in my corner right now, and I'm realizing the support I have while being incarcerated. Like I haven't talked to no old friends. I've been just in communication with my boss.
So we're going back to priorities. So you have long range goals, which is, to start your own business. but when you
Yes.
hit the door of the prison, what are your priorities?
I hit the door. All right, so my priorities is to get all my paperwork. I'm working on getting my paperwork together before I leave, like getting my ID, my birth certificate, getting all my paperwork that I'm gonna need
Documents,
to
yeah. Mhm.
all my documents. That is that, and to my priorities is to go in the community and just find out where meetings are, get like a schedule, have a structure. No, I mean, I have. get
I'm
like a
going to
set
suggest,
schedule for
Mr.
myself.
Johnson, that if your recovery really is a priority, you have that information before you walk out.
Okay.
You've got reentry counselors there in the facility. You've got CCAR in the facility. You've got a tablet. You know, you should know where that first meeting is and how you're going to get there.
Absolutely. I talked to my boss, and he doesn't mind me starting the IOP and whoever's going to keep me clean and for I can be the best that I can be at work. And so, like, I feel like I'm in good shape to. I feel like I'm in good shape to get right out to get in the best. I'm sorry, I'm like choking up on my words, but I feel like
It's
I'm
one
in the
day at a
best.
time, Mr. Johnson. One day at a
Yes.
time. Don't get ahead of yourself and then spiral. You know, you need to keep your focus on your priorities. And I'm hoping your recovery is number one, but I haven't heard you say that yet. So you did the Evolve program?
Involved program, the alternative violence program.
No, Evolve out in the community. It was 52 weeks. You did that program?
Oh, yes, I've done that
Okay,
program.
and now you've taken domestic violence there in the facility. And you're going to need to take domestic violence again when you go out, whether it's to parole or probation. Can you tell me what you understand a healthy relationship looks like?
Being understanding when people want their space, respect that. And
Boundaries, healthy boundaries.
Healthy boundaries.
Or do you
like I
say
said,
respect?
Open line of communication. Understandings. People
Yeah,
understand.
you already said that one.
And
What about trust? Are you able to
Oh,
trust
yeah.
people, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, I can.
But you know, if you're in a relationship with somebody and you're worried that they're cheating on you to the point that you feel like you need to go through their phone to find out, there is no trust. So
Yes.
if you're in a relationship without trust, you need to make other decisions. If you're not with someone you feel you can give your trust to, then you need to get out of the relationship. Because you can't control the other person's choices.
Yes, completely.
Yeah. Okay. Because then if you do, you have no respect for them.
Yeah, I feel like
And
if
you have
don't-
no boundaries if you're going through somebody's phone because you think that they might be cheating on you.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like if there's no trust, there's no relationship. So if
Time to move on.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not looking to through this time in incarceration. I really haven't dealt with no females and what the judge told me, if you don't mind me sharing this, what the judge told me before I came into jail on my sentence date, she said, Mr. Johnson, I want you to, and it stuck with me. She said, Mr. Johnson, I want you to love yourself. That's something I wasn't able to do last time I was home. And if I can't love myself, I won't be able to love nobody else. And my main focus is just to get myself where I need to, get myself established before worrying about any relationship.
Well, part of loving yourself is to address your problems with addiction, because oftentimes that lack of self-love is and insecurity is what fuels the retreating into substances.
Yes, I totally agree.
I hope you have it figured out, Mr. Johnson. They've pumped just about every available program into you. You've done pretty well with this incarceration. I'm disturbed to see you got an assault ticket, not a fighting ticket. You got an assault ticket just last July, which is nonsense. You gotta ask for help when you need it, and you gotta keep your focus. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Ms. Chance?
So I'll just do one follow-up questions because my colleague asked the questions that I had. So, Ms. Jordan, you had a good job in the community. And you were recommending people from the community to get jobs where you are employed. But yet you were violating the protective orders. So when you were in court, the judge said to you, it's as if, you're two different people. And so he suggested that you need to learn about yourself. Is it that you learned about yourself that you didn't love yourself? Or was it because you were using alcohol and drugs, as you mentioned earlier? Or both?
It was both. I was going through a hard time, and I'm not making no excuses for that. I was chasing the wrong things, like I should, what I'm trying to set my mind to is do what gets me the motive to be a better, productive member of society, and that's staying in recovery. That makes me feel good. Helping people out, that makes me feel good, and just doing what's best for my future. And I know the judge told me I'm really remorseful from not respecting the judge's orders at the time. Having these clear thoughts that I have today, and seeing the direction I want to go in and the direction I'm heading in. I'm happy. I felt really good about myself. It's been so long since I felt this way, and I hate to admit it, but this is what I needed. I needed to step away for a little while to get reinsurance of my life, and to see what direction where I really wanted to go in, because I'm getting older and I can't keep wasting time. Just trying to do whatever to better myself going forward.
But more importantly, Mr. Jordan, you have very good support system where you work and with your family. You just have to learn to respect other people when they say no or they're not interested in it.
Absolutely, yes. And
So,
I've learned many tools in these programs to help me out when I get back in the community. There's a lot of de-escalation techniques to walk away, to talk to somebody. Just to do whatever to better myself. Focus on myself. Besides
and the one concern that I have, and I hope it will go away, is that you got that assault ticket after you did both anger management and domestic violence. So hopefully you're going to revisit those techniques that you learned.
Oh yes, absolutely. Yes. At the time of that incident, I really tried to get in the way. I was cornered, and I felt like I was going to get hurt at the time, and I take full responsibility of the actions that I caused. But You know, I felt like I had to defend myself at that time being. I really felt like I was gonna get hurt. And I know I made a mistake. You know, I'm fighting back, but
Not a mistake, Mr. Jordan. It was just a poor decision on your
Yes.
part.
yes, a poor decision.
Yeah, so you might need to go back over those anger management and de-escalation techniques that you learned about how you could have gotten out of that.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Well, good luck and thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you.
So,
Okay, Mr. Johnson, give us a few minutes to discuss your case and we'll come back to you shortly with our decision, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Ms. Turner?
So, Mr. Johnson got just 3 years to serve. He has 12 years over his head when he goes out to 5 years of probation. It was 1 year for each violation of the protective order. And he's been incarcerated now for a year and 2 months. And his eligibility date is in April. So this would give him a year and a half of discretionary parole supervision. He's taken the positive programs, but as Ms. Chance pointed out, I'm not sure how much he's used what he's learned. I would point out that the assault came even after alternatives to violence, advanced and basic. So he's got a remarkably solid release plan. I hope he does have a commitment to his own recovery and living clean and sober out in the community, or the supports he's got are going to fall away. So I would be willing to grant discretionary parole today for those guardrails as he transitions back after this first period of incarceration.
Thank you. Ms. Chance?
and I know it's a gift seeing that he hasn't done so well before, but I would be willing to support that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's put in some work and I do hear some change and some insight. So I agree. What are your conditions, Ms. Turner?
No alcohol.
Yeah.
Behavior management for domestic violence, and no contact with the victim, initial CL.
Okay. Anything further, Ms. Chance?
What about the other?
No.
Okay.
None of it. All right. Okay. In the matter of Jordan Johnson, amendment number 432681, I'll move to grant parole effective April 22nd, 2025 with the following additional conditions. No contact with your victim, initial CL, domestic violence programming in the community, and no consumption of alcoholic beverages. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Fine.
Aye. All right, Mr. Johnson, you'll have some parole and then 5 years probation. So continue to work on yourself. We wish you the best.
All right, thank you very much.
Sir.
This concludes the hearing for Jordan Johnson, inmate number 432681.
And we'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
5-minute recess. I got it. Oh, shit? Okay.
That's good, man. That sounds good. I mean, he gave it to him. Well, the two baby looking good right now. I yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. I said, they see 6 months ago. I was 25. See you long back. I was. But they're all together in peace. Yeah. Well, they are, they're all the same. Yeah. Never seen it. So, yeah. So, yeah. I thought you made. They even know right now, I like her. But you do. Wait, 6 months, the way it is, third. Over here. Yeah.
Hello?
Issues?
Crown
Am I done?
very difficult. It's what
We'll be with you once I get.
my crowns
Bring
have.
anybody in the chair.
Are you ready for the next or not yet?
You
Yeah.
can send whoever in, but we'll be with them in a second. Thank
All right.
you.
Yeah.
It's,
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, February 10th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this.
Good morning, sir. I'm Jennifer Zaccanini.
good morning, George Chance.
Nancy Turner.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Good afternoon, I'm Ramel Hardy, inmate number 434554.
This is a fee hearing being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Ramel Hardy, inmate number 434554. He is serving a sentence of 7 years, execution suspended after 3 years, followed by 3 years of probation, for possession of intent to sell, illegal possession of the Lark passive magazine, carrying a pistol without a permit, illegal discharge of a firearm, and illegal possession of a weapon in a motor vehicle. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of January 7th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. Since his last hearing date, the offender has completed the following programs. Anger management. He is currently participating in New Thoughts with an estimated completion date of March 7th, 2025. Recovery Coach Program with an estimated completion date of February 17th, 2025. And Tier 4 with an estimated completion date of May 1st, 2025. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Hardy, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good afternoon. I would like to start by apologizing to my community for the decisions I made and take full responsibility and accountability for my actions. Also, I would like to thank you for coming to see me today, giving me another chance to speak. I had to realize parole is a privilege. At first, I didn't understand why I got a denial. The decision to give me a 6-month denial was the best decision, and I thank you for that. It gave me time to find a job for when I get home. Also, I realized I still had criminal values and criminal and addictive thinking patterns. Coming to Tier 4 helped me realize these things. I have had time to change my values, thinking patterns, and learn better ways to cope with my pain. During my last interview, I was asked, did I feel invincible? That day, I didn't know how to answer that question. Today, knowing what I know now, yes, I felt invincible. The times I would catch a case, bond out, and go back and do the same thing for months made me feel invincible. My criminal, addictive thinking and insanity for a different outcome never let incarceration cross my mind. Today, standing in front of you, I know that I'm not invincible, and if I don't change, I'm going to get the same results, jails or worse, death. Steve Harvey has a quote in one of his books that says, failure is a wonderful teacher, and when you make mistakes and you recover from them, you treat them as valuable learning experiences. That's when you grow and gain something meaningful. Being incarcerated wasn't a failure. It was a valuable learning experience that let me grow and gain something meaningful. Being incarcerated gave me time to reflect on my past and set goals for myself. Some goals I have are to continue to attend NA and AA meetings, get my license, and go to Goodwin College in Hartford to see Brian Sullivan to get a trade. My main goals are to be the best father for my daughter and give back to my community. This time away from my family hurt me. The times my daughter has cried for me and there's nothing I can do. The stress I put on my girlfriend because she had to be a single parent for the time being. This pain I never want to go through, but most importantly, I don't want to put my family through again. In my community, I want to be an activist against violence and help people through their recovery as a recovery coach. I was a burden on my community and recovery. I want to use what I've been taught to teach and help others, but the biggest goal is not to just get home, it's to stay home. I promise myself that this is and will be my first and last incarceration. Thank you for listening to me today and giving me another chance to speak.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hardy, for your statement. So you know how this works. We're going to ask our questions, then we'll deliberate and give you our decision.
Yes.
We'll begin with my colleague, Ms. Chance.
Yeah, so Mr. Hardy,
Yes.
you know, as you said, this is a rehear for you, and in your opening comments, you spoke about how you appreciate the opportunity to be reheard.
Yes.
And you participated in several programs.
Yes.
You really should have sent that statement to us. It was a pretty good statement based on where you were then and where you are now.
Yes. Thank you.
So you talked about, tell me a little bit about the New Thoughts program.
Excuse me, can you repeat it?
The New Thought program.
So it's a new program that they just put in incarceration, and basically it gives us a chance. It gives us a chance and an opportunity to learn new thoughts. Like one of our first questions during the program was our counselor had asked us, if there was a burning house and you have 30 seconds to run inside to get whatever you want that's valuable, what would you think? And at the time I said like my family pictures and like bank stuff and like identification things. And it showed, and he told us like basically this is what this program for, because if you got 30 seconds to run in a burning building, you should not run in, period. And it basically giving us new ways to think about and perception. Perception is a big thing that we talk about. Like there was a YouTube video and it played music in different scenes, and each scene, the way the music is portrayed, you either think it's a good thing or you think it's a bad thing. And perception is like a big thing to have new thoughts.
Well, it sounds to me like you did grasp some new skills there.
Yes.
And, you know, so the majority of your charges focused around guns,
Yes.
being in possession of guns. So what are your thoughts about that today?
Before, my mindset and my thinking patterns weren't there. I was lost. I was young-minded, and being in Tier 4 and New Thoughts, it gave me new ways to basically avoid situations that I need firearms, to avoid to even put myself in situations that I need to even feel like I'm going to harm myself or harm anyone else. So as long as I can avoid those situations, and even if a situation does happen, I learn ways how to handle situations and think before I react.
Yeah, so tell me what your plans are. I know you are still in the New Thoughts program and you don't finish that until next month.
Yes.
And the recovery coach, you will complete that February 17th.
Yes.
And I know in your opening comments, you talked about giving back to your community.
Yes.
And the fact that you want to be an activist along with being a community a recovery coach.
Yes.
So the importance of you completing those programs, how important are they to you?
They are really important to me because a recovery coach, I can use that trade to when I get home to maintain a job, to get a job, and new thoughts. I feel like every class I learn something new. So every class is different. It benefits me in every way. So I feel like it's important for me to finish those 2 classes.
Okay. Now, I was looking back to see you completed the anger management program.
Yes. Yes.
4. Why do you think you needed it at that time?
Honestly, because last time you guys told me to keep doing more programs. So at the time I just signed up for it, but as I got into the program, I understood that I'm gonna be faced with challenges when I get home, and I have to know how to correctly go about these situations. And instead of doing things with violence or doing things negatively, anger management taught me a way to avoid those situations, how to just give myself space to gather my thoughts and go back to a situation that maybe at the time I wasn't able or ready to talk about at that time. So when I'm able to go back and address the situation, I can in a proper way.
Okay. So I know you want to do the recovery coach as a job, but you're only 25.
Yes.
So what else is there that you want to do? Because, and I'm asking that because, and I think it's an important
Yes.
question for you, because you were selling drugs and carrying guns, right?
Yes.
So where do you see your life going the next 5 years down the road, or even 2 years?
Yes. So last time I said I wanted to do CDL, if you remember, and you asked me the same question, was there any other trade that I wanted to do? And in Tier 4, we had a speaker named Brian Sullivan, who's like, he helps felons basically reintegrate back into the world and get trades. So when you asked me that question and he came to speak, and he told us, like, I think it's up to 20 trades that felons are allowed to get after incarceration. So it gave me time to sit back and think, and that's something I really want to do when I get home. I want to go to, because I guess he can help you get into Goodwin College as a student for, like, not probably for free, but he'll help you get in there and find a trade. So I do want to find a trade and do something in like a trade type of way. I don't know exactly what trade. I've been thinking about welding or asphalt or CDL, but I do want to find a trade.
Yeah, and Goodwin College is the right place for that because they do have a variety of trades. And I do hope
Yes.
you think of something else other than CDL.
Yes.
Okay? And who do you have for support in the community?
I have my whole family. I have my aunt, my mother, my father, my girlfriend, her family, and I have a couple people that are like activists against violence as supporters that I have talked to since I've been incarcerated that said they would support me when I get home.
Okay. All right, well, I don't have any further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Janet.
Thank you for answering my question.
So,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Hardy, you're not a drug user, you're selling drugs. How'd you get into the Tier 4 program?
I got in because after our last interview, I told myself I was going to put myself into a program to learn more about myself and to better help myself and help me change my ways. So when I got to this jail, I signed up for Tier 2 and Tier 4. So when Ms. Rogers had called me down and basically asked me, like, would you think about doing Tier 4? At first, I was like, I said no to myself, but then I thought about it after they explained it to me, like, it'll help my thinking, it'll help me
But
change.
did they know that you're not a drug user?
Yes.
Oh, okay, they knew that when you were going in, they let
Yes.
you in anyway.
Yes.
Maybe they just had open
Yeah.
spots, but, so how did it feel to be in a program with people who suffer from serious addiction, knowing that you were the one giving people in their same situation the drugs?
It gave me a better insight on things, and it made me actually like be upset with myself because I see their struggles when we're in groups and they tell me their stories about the things they've been through, how they grew up as children, their family addiction. So it helped me like realize like I was poisoned in the streets, and I kind of like some days I get mad at myself because I was basically helping them feed their addiction, which I shouldn't have. And that's why I want to become a recovery coach to help people that are addictive try to better their lives the best way they can.
Okay. So you've been in the program for how long now? A couple months?
Since September 16th or 12th.
September. So why is it
Yes.
taking so long if it's not done until May?
So basically in the program, the days like holidays, if you have group, them days don't count. Like this Wednesday, I have a group, but it's a holiday, so that day doesn't count. So basically,
wow. Okay.
we just
So it's been
so it's
extended.
basically it's a 7 to 8 months program, but it's
Okay.
really supposed to be 6, but it's 7 to 8.
Okay. All right, Ms. Turner.
So, Mr. Hardy, nice to meet you. I
Nice to
wasn't on
meet you
your
too.
prior panel, as my colleagues
Yes.
were. And I just want to check in with you. You know, you have the deadly weapon offender registry
Yes.
obligation with the state police. That's 5 years.
Yes.
Take it real seriously. I was glad to hear you talk a little bit about why you think you were involved in the activities, the crimes that you were committing in the community. You know, part of what we're doing is making a decision about you finishing your 3 years you have to serve out in the community. It would be about 13 months at this point, 14 months. And we have to make that decision in light of the interests of public safety. And that
Yes.
banquet hall parking lot incident was horrifying, that you were part of. And I'm wondering, where do you acquire your firearms?
I don't have any firearms at this moment. I don't have any.
I know you don't because you're incarcerated. I'm glad to hear that. But when you were in the community, where were you getting the guns?
Yes. I was getting them from associates or different people.
Uh-huh. And where were you training on how to handle and load and clean the firearm?
From being around individuals, being around the wrong people at the time.
So you were practicing shooting the guns that
No.
you had?
No.
Okay. All right. So do you understand how absurd it is to be in possession of a weapon that you don't even know how to use?
Yes.
Thinking that you can, keep yourself safe? And
I
the
do understand.
level to which that puts the entire community in jeopardy. Think about the trauma that those people in the parking lot are probably still living with. You know, it's incredibly serious, the problem that we're having with gun violence all across our state. And don't be a part of that, Mr. Hardy.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Okay, let us talk about your case, and we'll get back to you shortly with our decision. Ms. Chance?
Okay, thank you.
So, the last time, it was a very decision to rehear Mr. Hardy because I felt that if he received and participated in additional programming, that would be of help to him. And I can see here today, based on the feedback that I'm hearing from him, is that he has certainly benefited from the New Thoughts program that he is participating in and will complete February 17th. And his explanation for the Tier 4 program, I think, is appropriate what he said about learning the impact to the people that he was selling drugs to. And he does have a good release plan. He's in connection with someone in the community that can, Mr. Sullivan, who will assist him with getting into the Goodwin College program, where they have a variety of trade programs that he is interested in. He did mention two of them. And, you know, I did read the written decision that was done on Mr. Hardy, and I think he, based on what was written, it was truly pointed out the seriousness of the offense and the fact that he had fired the gun at a community event in a crowd. So he's young, but I think I would be willing to give him the opportunity today to go in the community.
Thank you. I agree. I mean, it really does appear that he's grown, matured some, especially since his last hearing, and takes some good programs. Still no disciplinary reports, and has greater understanding. Ms. Turner?
I think he's got his head on straight.
Yeah.
So
All right. So we have co-defendant. Do we want him to finish the program?
tier 4.
Another 3 months. Do we want him to? I
The
mean,
Youth Thorne's program, I think that one is not until March 7th.
I
You just
wouldn't
said
do contingency for
217.
new thoughts. No, that's wrong. The 217 is the CCAR program that he's in.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, do we want to do a contingency for tier 4? I guess is the big question. He does not have a drug problem, but he's in the program.
I think so. Let him finish it.
It sounds like it's very helpful to him, though he's not using.
I get it. Yeah, but he's been in it for 6 months already.
Yeah.
I did double check and think that's.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. I
I don't know.
don't know. I wouldn't do it for that then. I would want him to think that.
How do I reverse in the RT screen? Go back a program. Silly question, but you're going to teach me something. Oh, you can't.
Start over.
Okay,
Just press.
that's what I do. Yeah. Okay. I didn't know if you could go backwards.
Can we add
All right, go ahead.
no contact with the victim, KM, from the 2022 shooting?
Stay.
Wait,
He's currently serving.
Oh, from the banquet hall. Yeah. Yeah. General no contact. He wasn't. Yeah. Sorry for shooting him, but yeah, I understand. KM. Okay.
He was convicted of illegal discharge.
Right.
So he was on the receiving end of that discharge.
Well, I think they couldn't determine whose bullet hit him. Where do we land on the contingency? No? I'm not hard,
I was suggesting yes, but
I would let him out after the recovery coach.
all right, well, I'm not gonna do a contingency on that either then. Like either we do one or none. Okay. All right, in the matter of Ramel Hardy, inmate number 434554, I'll move to grant parole effect on or after today, but they're not gonna come and get you today. Be reasonable and patient. February 10th, 2025, with the following additional conditions. No contact with the co-defendant, Vincent Thaxter. General no contact with initials KM, the person who was shot at the banquet hall. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
I
Aye. Okay, you have any questions? Do you understand?
No. Yes.
All right, so in the meantime, while you're waiting to go home, keep doing these programs and see what you
Yes.
can finish. But you have 3 years probation to follow your parole, take advantage of all of it. Like you said, there are a lot of free programs for trades out there. So we wish you the best, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good job. This concludes the hearing for Ramel Hardy, 434554. Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, February 10th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, sir. I'm Jennifer Zaccanini.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Peter Jonathan Holzer, 389402.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Peter Holzer, inmate number 389402. He is serving a sentence of 4 years followed by 4 years of special parole for violating a standing protective order, assault on a public safety officer. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of May 15, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed Tier 2 and domestic violence. He is currently participating in the Recovery Coach program with an estimated completion date of February 17, 2025. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Holzer, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I believe that I'd be a great candidate. You'd think you'd be hard pressed to find somebody who's taken their period of incarceration and their opportunity to recover more seriously than I have. Since day one, I hit the ground running. I realized that I had a tremendous amount of work to do. I didn't always know what it was I needed to do, but I've taken my days piecemeal, one moment at a time sometimes. I've never had a ticket this entire incarceration at all. I've never had any behavioral issues. I've worked a 7-day-a-week job the entire time I've been incarcerated, so 2.5 years now, minus the amount of time that it took me to transition here to Carl Robinson from Cheshire. I spent my first 2 years at Cheshire working in the kitchen. I did the Tier 2 program at Cheshire to address the substance abuse component of my recovery process. That's very important to me. I do something every day for that portion of my recovery. I've been drinking for a very long time, and you know what? I was under the impression that if I stopped drinking that my life would be perfect, but in reality, I'm now understanding that that's just not the case. But in order to give myself a chance, I do have to abstain from drinking alcohol for the rest of my life, bottom line. The program was useful, but even more useful than the program was probably what I've been doing on a daily basis, talking to guys about recovery, going to AA and NA groups, really living the lifestyle of somebody who doesn't want to drink anymore and is willing to do whatever it takes to not drink again. Probably more impactful of the 2 groups I took at Cheshire was the DV course. It's my second time taking it. And the first time I took the DV course, I think I suffered from selective hearing because I was really more tuned into what I felt like I was the victim, and I felt like I was more in tune to what I felt was being done to me in the relationship with my wife. And I wasn't really picking up some of the finer details, like the role I was actually playing in the codependent and toxic relationship that I was playing a major role in. And unfortunately, probably the biggest thing I learned and the most impactful was that my domestic violence with my wife was actually having a tremendous impact on my kids, and I never wanted it to. I didn't realize that it had anything to do with them because the fights were always between me and my wife, and they were never with me and my kids. but my kids were watching this stuff, and I realized that domestic violence now is cyclic, and these traits and these fights and these arguments and all these negative mannerisms and emotions that I was displaying were being passed along to my kids, and they could potentially pass that stuff along in their future relationships. And I'm deeply sorry for that. In fact, I've strived to be a much better father in the future. My wife and I have since divorced, so that marriage unfortunately didn't work out, but that's not going to stop me from being a fantastic dad to my kids and being available to my kids in the future, because that's something I'm definitely very intent on doing. I'm very interested in their development as people. I had an opportunity after doing 2 years at Cheshire to transfer to Carl Robinson to attend the Recovery Coach Academy. Since I've been locked up and since I've been sober, I've started to kind of dream again. And I spent a long time in the communications field as far as work goes when I haven't been incarcerated. And I found that doing the substance abuse, addiction services work is very fulfilling to me. And the Recovery Coach Academy was like a natural choice. I want to work with people. I want to help. I want to be put in a position where I can be of service to other people. And maybe after I get out of here, I'm looking at doing addiction counseling. But the first step would be to take this course. And I think next week I should be graduating as a recovery coach facilitator. So I plan on getting with CCAR when I get out of here, whenever that is, and picking up, at the very next step, doing that. But besides that, I've just kept it moving, haven't gotten in any trouble. I have tried to make amends where I can with some of my family and friends out there. And at the end of the day, no matter what the decision for the parole board is today, I do need a place to transition. I would really value the opportunity to maybe go to a halfway house or something like that. And when I did my parole interview, I realized something. They asked me a lot of different questions. And one of the questions was about my assault on a public safety officer. And I didn't realize at the time that I had been kind of minimizing that whole component of my sentence. Like, I was focused on the substance abuse, I was focused on the domestic violence, and those are very important things, but I didn't realize that I had been minimizing my involvement in that. And I really felt like, well, the officers assaulted me, I didn't assault them. But the reality of the matter is, had I not have been drinking that day, I probably wouldn't have been in that position, true. But I also took them on a wild goose chase. And these guys have a very important job to do. And the last thing they need is me running around Bridgeport, chasing after me, tasing. I got tased, and I know I was unruly that day. I was drunk and wild. And I'd like to apologize if anybody's listening today for that behavior, because that's ridiculous behavior, and I was completely in the wrong. So I have to acknowledge my role in that. It was highly inappropriate. And I can tell you this much. I'm deeply invested in my process of recovery, and I will absolutely continue to do my best. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Holzer, for that opening statement. You certainly covered a lot, and you answered some of the questions and concerns that I had. I wrote on list of questions here that I really thought you minimized as well. So I'm glad that you addressed that. And, you were on probation at the time for another domestic. So I also had the question of, well, you've taken the program before. What happened? And you answered that as well, that you really didn't take it seriously and you didn't absorb the information the last time you took it. So,
I loved your comment about selective hearing.
Selective hearing, yeah. I mean, we appreciate the honesty.
Yes,
are you an alcoholic, sir?
I am in recovery.
Yeah. Right. Okay, so glad you're able to accept that now so that you can work on it, right? You can't work on something that you are in denial about and don't know exists. You mentioned your children. Are you in contact with them?
My two youngest ones, no, because of the domestic. This facility won't let me have contact with them. However, the judge did lift the protective order. I still have the shell of the protective order, do not threaten, stalk, harass, or assault. But as far as me having contact, I can do that after I'm out of the DOC. And I look forward to doing that. My two children in Florida have constant contact with them, and everybody's really excited about my potential to come home sometime this year.
Oh, good. And do you have family who's in contact with your younger ones?
Yes, my two oldest children in Florida.
Oh, the older, right.
They're 24 and 22, respectively.
Yeah. Okay. You've taken great programs. You've been working, you mentioned all that. 7 prior failed community releases is concerning, you know, at 43, it certainly has taken you some time to kind of see the light, right?
Yes, ma'am. Here's what I feel. I feel like I'm an evolutionary product, and this process of recovery for me has looked different than maybe some other people's, and it's been very challenging. And I understand the only way this can happen for me, the only way I have any chance at this process is if I do not drink, and that doesn't even guarantee me success. Success. I look at this process holistically. I have a lot of areas in my life that I need a lot of help with. I need to please transition to like a structured environment so I can continue addressing some of my needs. I don't have a driver's license, for example. It's suspended because of fines and fees I owe in the state of Florida. I know if I get into the field of human services or social work or addiction counseling, a license is going to be a requirement. That's just one of the many things that I have on my plate. In addition to that, I would really like the opportunity to, continue to make amends with my kids and show my family and friends that this is absolutely possible. I've never been sober this long in my entire life since I turned it into. I have 2.5 years and counting right now, and I feel great.
Okay.
I just take it one day at a time.
Right. So how do we stay sober? Do you have a recovery coach for yourself?
I do. His name's Brian Rollins out of New Haven, CCAR.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right. And your plan is to go to meetings?
Oh, absolutely. I'm going to be firmly ensconced in the CCAR recovery environment. He has everything set up, so upon my release, whenever that is, I'll be going to CCAR, I'll be going to meetings there, I will be volunteering my services, and eventually they will hire me as a recovery coach. I look forward to taking the recovery coach professionalism and ethics classes next.
Mm-hmm. How long are those classes?
That's probably going to be a 10-week thing if I do it in here, but to my understanding, if I do it out there, it's going to be a total of 5 days. Those are much faster than the ones I've been taking in here.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I certainly hope that you can remain sober. I'm sure that will eliminate. I'm looking at your criminal history. It's so lengthy, but it looks like it's all, substance related. So if you can control that and really focus on staying sober, then hopefully you'll be successful. What about work? What are your plans for work? Well, other than CCAR.
Well, you know what? As far as work is concerned, I'm going to take pretty much anything that comes along with CCAR in mind. They did tell me that based on my aptitude, my ability to connect and communicate with others, there is an opportunity for me to just start working for them right away. I would love to get a job in a tech position at a local recovery facility, like a rehab or something like that. There's a place called The Retreat on El Grasso in New Haven that I was originally hired at before I got these charges. I was hired as the case manager for a 160-bed facility, so I know there's opportunities. It's just going to be about me putting the applications and trying to find these opportunities. I'm confident I'll find something really cool.
Okay. All right. Thank you for speaking with me. Ms. Turner?
So, Mr. Holzer, you sound great today.
Thank you.
Yeah, sobriety becomes you.
Yes, ma'am. I agree with that statement.
Yeah. However, the domestics were incredibly serious, and I'm not sure how much, whether you've read the police reports and how much you're aware of what you were doing and saying at the time, because I know the details indicate you were intoxicated. But, in doing my due diligence and making a decision about whether you're suitable for release, back in July of 2020, when you had the incident in Bridgeport with a victim at your home, you became quite aggressive. You hit her in the chest, started to hang her, which I assume is up against the wall with your arm across her throat, preventing her from breathing. And when she couldn't breathe, she fell on the bed and you threw the baby on the floor. And you told her that no matter how long you're incarcerated, when you're released, you will cut off her head, disembowel her, and end the children. You aware of this?
That is the police report. I am aware of that. I don't agree with everything that's said in the police report, but I will say this. I was way out of control that day. I had been drinking. We had a really harsh verbal argument. I did make threats that I did not mean at the time. I regret saying those things. I have really had to learn how to communicate. I was raised in a house where that's how we communicated. And I realize right now that that is not the way to communicate. The children were present that day. They seen everything that went down. That's not only embarrassing, but when I learned that it's the domestic violence is a cyclic thing, that the kids will pass that on to my grandchildren or in future relationships, that's really disturbing stuff, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
I didn't realize
it really
was making
does.
that big of an impact. And I'm really sorry for what I put my wife through too. I told my wife that I was in recovery when we got married, and I don't think she knew what she was signing up for. I have been a tyrant at times. I have not been the nicest person. And I don't really feel this is a reflection of how I feel today, but the reality is I can't run from my past. You know,
Yep.
I'm in the position, I have a really simple mantra, ma'am. I believe that God has a plan for me, and that plan is good. I believe that I don't have to be defined by my past as long as I'm willing to acknowledge it and learn from it. And I believe recovery is possible for everyone, and myself included. And I'm
Yes.
really firmly committed to that.
I'm glad to hear you're committed. I agree with, that it's possible for anyone, but it does require work.
A lot of work.
And as you go out into the community, and it will be this year because your end of sentence is September, you do have 4 years of special parole.
Yes, ma'am.
So, they will set you up with a halfway house. We'll set those conditions today. I ask you to appreciate, Mr. Holzer, when you begin to interact with your ex-wife because you want to see your children.
Yes.
That a tremendous amount of trust has been shattered.
Yes.
And she's been traumatized by statements that someone who's in a position in her life to love her and to raise children together would make those kind of threats. Now, I get that you say you were intoxicated at the time, but it doesn't erase the mental scars that those kind of graphic descriptions put in somebody's head. So, she will have contact with you. It's a partial order. But if there is any point at which there's tension and or conflict, go to court and arrange legal visitation with your children. Because you have to understand that the victim, I would imagine, has some level of fear of you. Because this kind of stuff doesn't just go away. Just like you're saying, you carry it with you. And she does as well. So you have to respect where she's coming from. Because even if you don't remember saying these things, she heard them. She was restrained. She was having trouble breathing. She was worried about the children walking in the room and seeing this. So, there's that history that you can't erase, but you have to respect in terms of going forward, co-parenting in a healthy way in the interests of your children. And I hope at some point as your children grow up that you will find opportunities and make the time to talk to them about the choices that you were making when they were very young, and work to apologize to them and teach them a different way to be in relationships with people that they say they love.
Absolutely. And moving forward, I will. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chance.
I have no question. Sorry.
Yeah. All right, so give us a few minutes to discuss your case and we'll come back to you shortly with our decision.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so these are very serious offenses, of course. And his criminal history is quite concerning when you take a look at it. But he has taken good programming. He has explained why, the why of all of this. It appears that this is the most sobriety he's had 2.5 years that he's been incarcerated, which is something. I think he has a good release plan, and he has some new tools and some insights that he didn't have prior to this incarceration.
And clarity.
Yeah, definitely clarity. He does have 4 years of special parole to follow sentence, so he's eligible in May, and he'll discharge to his special parole in looks like early October. At this point, that might change to September, but anyhow, I would be willing to give him the extra few months before he starts his special parole, discretionary parole. Ms. Turner?
I agree. It's a grant for me. It's a 4-month difference.
Right.
And things like not having any DRs, holding down a job, engaging in positive programming, coming before us with a relapse prevention plan. These are things that, make me, put me in a position of feeling like it's an appropriate decision to give that head start before he begins special parole.
Okay. Ms. Chan?
I agree with everything that's said. I'm in favor of the grant.
All right, so let's see, conditions. I have victim JD without PO's permission, domestic violence program in the community, no alcohol, a halfway house. Anything else?
No, those are the things before
All right.
that I have.
Thank you. In the matter of Peter Holzer, MA number 389402, on Luke to grant parole effective May 15th, 2025, with the following additional conditions. No contact with your victim, initials JD, without your parole officer's permission. Domestic violence programming in the community. No consumption of alcoholic beverages, and no parole to a halfway house. Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, sir, you have been granted. We wish you the best, and use your special parole to your advantage, right? Get all the help, the services, and the support that you can. It's their job to help you. So we wish you the best. Keep working.
And I need all the help I can get, so I thank you guys very much for this opportunity. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
This concludes the hearing for Peter Holzer, MA number 389402.
And then do Medina.
Sir, can I read?
What's your name, sir?
Lark, Mr. Lark.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, February 10th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Jennifer Zaccanini.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Nancy Turner.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Lark 411496.
Can I have your full name, sir, please?
Demetris Lark 411496.
This is a rehearing being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Demetris, Lark, inmate number 411496. He is serving a sentence of 10 years jail, execution suspended after 5 years to serve, followed by 5 years of probation. For larceny first, 2 counts of assault third, strangulation, suffocation third, engaging in police in pursuit. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of June 24th, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. Since last hearing, we have completed domestic violence invoices. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Lark, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good morning. Well, good afternoon. I'd like to start by saying thank you for this opportunity. I know parole is a privilege, not a promise. I came here around this time last year. I got shot down. I completed all the programs that I was told to do, domestic violence. I did voices. I participated in Narcotics Anonymous on Mondays. Did domestic violence, but I said that already. I did fatherhood. I completed multiple job things. I had 3 jobs. I still work in recreation, gym worker. I had 3 jobs since up and down. I remained ticket free for the last 2 years. Upon my release, I still have the same plan. Chance probably remember, probably not, but I look forward to being an electrician, go to school, pick up a trade in electrician. CDL is my backup plan. I got a good support system back at home, my 3 children. I'm just looking forward to be released in the community.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lark. So we do have some questions for you. When we're done with our questions, we'll deliberate and give you our decision here today. You've done this before, so you know how it works, right? Okay, where are we? Ms. Turner, thank you.
Okay. So thanks, Mr. Lark, for that opening statement. So all of us are new to you. We weren't on your previous panel. And I'm glad to read that you've taken the programs. Can you tell me, let's start with the domestic violence program. What did you get out of that program? Was it your first time taking it?
Yeah, it was definitely my first time taking it. I gained a lot of things from taking it. I would say.
Okay, well, hold on. You know, definitely, we don't know that because you might have been assigned to that program out in the community on supervision because you have 2 DV victims, two women you victimized. Okay, so what did you learn?
I learned, take a breather, the breathing exercise. Main thing I learned that, when committing those type of crimes, everybody has an impact. It's always a victim impact. So deal with trauma, physical abuse, trauma.
Did you figure out, Mr. Lark, why you're abusive towards your partners?
Around the time, I could say I was dealing with a lot of grief. I had lost my father. I was going through a lot of things.
Well, people do experience grief in life, and loss of our parents is a big one, but we don't necessarily then abuse our partners. So why do you think you made those choices?
I could say I was young and I didn't really know how to channel my anger then, but during my time of incarceration, I learned how to, gain control of myself and not lash out on others because what I'm going through.
Did you learn anything about strangulation in the program?
Physical
How serious
abuse,
it is?
It's definitely serious. Physical abuse, it causes severe trauma on the victim. To
But
this day,
specifically, your choice to put your hands around the neck of your victim. You understand how serious that is?
correct.
Okay, so in our state, we have a statute specific to that act because through decades of research and interviews with victims, the risk for death increases when someone is willing to put their hands around the throat of another human being, because you never know how much or how little pressure could kill them. And then after you cut off their supply of air, if you release and allow them to breathe again, meanwhile, in their mind, they're thinking they're going to die, that causes injury to the throat area, including internal injury. So just like any kind of bruise, there's some swelling, and that swelling hours later can cut off the victim's ability to breathe. So, the fact that you'd be willing to put your hands around the throat of your partner is a big indicator of high risk to actually kill that person. So it's important to appreciate the seriousness of your actions and the potential consequences, which with this particular crime are lethal. You know what that word means?
Correct.
She was pregnant at the time, right?
That's correct, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. So these are really concerning choices that you were making out in the community, and why you got 5 years to serve. You'll have 5 years of the sentence hanging over your head when you go out to probation. So you took the Voices program.
Correct.
Is there something that you want to say by way of an apology for the harm that you were causing out in the community?
Yeah, I take full accountability for my actions. I'm definitely remorseful, and I apologize to the victims. I apologize to the police departments. I apologize to everyone that's taking part in this. People that I've harmed physically, emotionally, abusively. I take full accountability for that, and I'm remorseful for my actions.
The reason that it's important to sit with those feelings of discomfort, embarrassment, shame, disappointment in yourself, is because those feelings will inform the choices that you make next time.
That's
right?
correct.
If you're uncomfortable with feeling ashamed that you would assault your partner, then feeling that shame will hopefully guide your decision making the next time you feel frustrated, angry. What does a healthy relationship look like, Mr. Lark?
A healthy relationship. I believe a healthy relationship is all about happiness. Just enjoying life with your partner, building a bond that's unbreakable.
Life isn't all, roses and kisses, right? They're hard times, and, hopefully if you have a healthy relationship, you can rely on one another to get through some of those difficult times. So, do you have a hard time trusting your partners?
No, not at all. There's not really, no.
Do you ever take your partner's phone and go through it and look at who they're texting and who they're calling?
I've learned in domestic violence, that's called cyber abuse.
Yeah, but it's a red flag that you don't trust the person.
It's controlling behavior.
Yeah, well, you're controlling because you think if you ask them, you're not going to get the real answer. You go digging, right? And then you violate their boundaries and their trust in you. But if you don't feel like you can trust someone, then it's time to move on. Okay. All right. What about respect? Is that important in a relationship?
So a key factor in a relationship: respect, trust, and honesty.
There you go. That's what I was looking for in terms of healthy. If if you have those, then you probably do have happiness with your partner.
Sure.
Something to build off of. So tell me about the police pursuit. Why did you make these choices?
Honestly, I was scared. I was already on probation at the time. So I made a bad decision.
Well, you took a situation, and by the actions you chose, you made it so much worse.
I've endangered people while doing it.
Yeah. And that's part of what we're doing here today, is making a decision about whether it's appropriate for you to finish the 1.5 years you have left on this sentence out in the community under parole supervision. And we have to make that decision in light of the interests of public safety. And we have a lot of challenges on our roadways with people driving, recklessly and, endangering other people on the roads, driving impaired, driving distracted. So, yeah, these are concerns, and, you score out high for your risk to reoffend. And you have, not a lengthy criminal history, but you're headed down that path if you don't make some corrections. Why electrical engineering?
That's just something I've been interested in for the last 3 years.
What sparked your interest? No pun intended.
I'm not sure. I talked to somebody in here. He just told me you'll like it, so I took a little interest in it. He said I could make some good money for my family, support my kids. I just took an interest in that. I'm gonna do what's best for my children, so they don't end up in a situation like this.
So your oldest is in California.
That's correct.
Your youngest is with the victim in this case. And the middle child, you don't have any contact with him, right?
No, man.
So your son with the victim is 2 years old?
He's 3 now.
3. So you proposed a mother-in-law. Who was she?
That's my youngest son's mother, Tiana.
Okay, but she's one of your victims. So you want to go live with her mother?
If the chance
I don't think that was welcome. So you're looking at a halfway house?
That's correct. Stipulated to happen.
So you took the fatherhood program, which I'm glad about. And I just want to say, and then I'll wrap it up here, that your son, all he's had these years you've been incarcerated is his mother. She's his rock, right?
That's correct.
She represents his sense of safety in the world. So when you come out, if you disrespect her, you harm him directly. You need to find a way to have healthy communication in the interests of your son. And if it's only about your son, that's fine. But you need to appreciate that she's there. She's doing everything for him while you're sitting in prison. So, she deserves your respect when you get out because she's carrying the load. And if you show her any less, then all that does is hurt your son.
Sure.
Okay, and it won't raise you up in his eyes 1 inch. Might not show it when he's 3, but he'll figure it out fast enough, right? Yeah.
Correct.
So be a positive influence for him in any way that you can. So I'm sorry you think this sentence was too much time. I think it was absolutely appropriate. You needed to reset. You needed to have to sit and reflect on the harm that you were doing in relationships and in your community. So I wish you much success going forward, Mr. Lark. Keep your head on straight, and I hope to never see you again in the best positive way. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stan?
I just had one question. So, Mr. Lark, you said before you took the current programs that you thought you had an attitude program, and now after completing it, that you have a complete change in attitude. Can you explain what you mean by that?
I would say when I came in, I was younger, you know, I didn't have any guidance, you know, like, as I told you, my father passed away. I don't have a male role model. All I have is my mother and my children. So I would say, like, for them, I changed my attitude. I don't deal with anger. I don't react off of emotion anymore. I don't lash out on people because of what I'm going through, as I said earlier. So I feel personally my attitude has changed. That's how I remain to stay ticket free. I haven't caught in no fighting tickets. I haven't done anything violent my whole incarceration.
And what do you see as a high risk for you when you're back in the community?
High risk, only I could make myself a high risk by entertaining the things that I've done before. If I go back out there and I do the same things that I did when I was already out there, of course I'm going to be a high risk because I'm going right back into the same pattern. I have a plan now. Before I didn't have a plan. I was just getting out and just going right in. I didn't have a plan. Now I have a plan that I got to execute. I want to execute for the sake of myself and my children.
Okay. And yes, I do agree. Your plan seems to be a good one. So good luck.
Appreciate
All
you.
right, Mr. Lark, give us a few minutes to discuss your case, and we'll come back to you shortly with our decision. Ms. Turner.
So Mr. Lark keeps saying he has no disciplinary issues this incarceration. But I'm looking
He
at,
does he mean, do you mean prior to your last hearing? I mean, do you mean since your last hearing?
I've been ticket free for 2 years. In my last hearing, I was told to be DR free for a year. And I
right,
had,
okay, all right, but you did have two prior,
Prior to that, yeah.
okay. All right, I just wanted to clarify
Yeah.
that because I
Yeah.
wasn't sure. So, so Mr. Lark is here on a rehear, has been fully compliant with what the prior panel recommended. I'm hearing some insights and some tools that he has to work with going forward. And some sense that he assumes responsibility for the choices, the bad choices that he was making out in the community. He has special probation to follow, and I think he could really benefit from the support of Parole as he transitions. Since he's done a number of years of this sentence inside, and I'd like to see him have that level of support, especially because he doesn't have a valid sponsor at this time. So that's where I'm at.
Okay. Ms.
I
James?
agree.
Yeah, so do I. Okay, what do you have for conditions?
No driving,
Yeah,
no alcohol.
Yeah.
Domestic violence,
Mhm.
halfway house,
Mhm.
no co-defendant, Antoine Henry,
right.
and no victims, TE and TT.
Thank you. Did you have anything for that?
No.
Ms. James? Okay.
Not the same.
In the matter of Demetris Lark, amendment number 411496, I'll move to grant parole on or after today, February 10th, 2025, with the following additional conditions. No contact with your victims, initials TT or TE. Domestic violence programming in the community. You're paroled to a halfway house. No driving without your parole officer's permission. No alcohol consumption. And no contact with your co-defendant, Antoine Henry. Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Do you understand everything, sir?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Look
very
at it in
much.
writing. We wish you the best. Keep working on yourself.
Appreciate
Keep
Thank
your
you.
focus, sir.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Demetris, Lark, inmate number 411496. Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, February 10th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Jennifer Zaccanini.
Good afternoon, George Dance.
Nancy Turner, good afternoon.
Buenas tardes, soy la oficial de libertad condicional Dunkley. Hoy es lunes 7 de febrero del 2025 y esta es una audiencia de la Junta de Indultos y Libertad Condicional de Connecticut. Los siguientes miembros de la Junta están presentes esta mañana y al decir sus nombres en el registro certifican haber revisado todos los documentos legalmente requeridos e información pertinente disponible en preparación a esta audiencia.
We also have the interpreter on the record today, Liza Rivera. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge according to law your duties as an interpreter to the best of your abilities, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Por favor, decir su nombre y número de confinado para el registro.
Mi nombre es Eddie Medina, mi número es 271717.
My name is Eddie Medina and my number is 271717.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Eddie Medina, inmate number 271717. He is serving a sentence of 12 years, execution suspended after 5 years, followed by 3 years of probation for 2 counts of sale of narcotic substance and disorderly conduct. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of March 15, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shown the offender has not completed any programs. However, he is currently participating in Tier 2 with an estimated completion date of 3/25/25. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Medina, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Esta audiencia se está llevando a cabo en consideración a la aplicación de libertad condicional de Eddie Medina, número 271717. Él está sirviendo una sentencia de 12 años, ejecución suspendida, luego de servir 5 años en prisión, seguido de 3 años de libertad provisional por 2 cargos de venta de sustancias narcóticas y conducta desordenada. Hasta el día de hoy, los expedientes reflejan una fecha de elegibilidad para libertad condicional del 15 de marzo del 2025. No hay testimonio de víctima en este caso. Hay un plan de responsabilidad para el ofensor, el cual ha sido revisado y demuestra que el ofensor no ha completado ningún programa. Sin embargo, está participando del programa Tier 2 con una fecha estimada de culminación del 25 de marzo del 2025. Utilizando el sistema colaborativo estatal de evaluación de riesgos del ofensor, el puntaje general del ofensor cae en el rango moderado de riesgo de reincidencia. Mr. Medina, esta es su oportunidad para expresarle a la Junta por qué piensa se le debe conceder libertad condicional. Puede comenzar.
Primero le digo que estoy un poco nervioso porque esta es la primera vez que estoy aquí. No sé cómo hablar, pero lo que tengo que decir es que estoy aquí pidiendo una oportunidad de demostrarle que yo sí he cambiado y que el estar aquí encerrado en esta cárcel me ha hecho reflexionar muchas cosas que me dan.
Un momento, por favor, para poder traducir, ¿ok? First of all, I want to say that I am nervous. This is the first time that I've been here. I am asking for an opportunity to show that I am a different person, that I have changed, that all this time that I've been incarcerated have helped me to reflect. Continúe.
Como le iba diciendo, oportunidad de dejarle ver a todas las personas a las que le hice daño en la calle de una o de otra manera que yo he cambiado y que soy otra persona, y en especial a mi familia y a mis hijos. Es lo más que me ha dolido de estar aquí y de mis malas acciones y mis malas decisiones.
I want to show all the people outside in the community, those that I harmed, that I am a different person, that I have changed, especially to my family and my son. Continúe.
No les estoy pidiendo que me dejen en total libertad, porque no tengo nada en la calle. Perdí todo lo que tenía en la calle, perdí mi familia, perdí mi hogar, perdí mis hijos, perdí todo lo que tenía. Lo que estoy pidiendo es una oportunidad para que se me puedan transferir a una media casa, porque no tengo ni siquiera dónde vivir en la calle.
I lost everything I had, my home, my family, my children, everything. I just want to have the opportunity to be released to a halfway house. I do not even have a place to go. I do not even have a place where to live.
Okay. Thank you for your statement, sir. We have some questions for you, and then we'll give you our decision.
Gracias por sus comentarios, señor. Tenemos una serie de preguntas y luego le daremos la decisión.
We'll begin with my colleague, Ms. Chance.
Hello, Mr. Medina. Can you hear me?
Hola, señor Medina, ¿me puede escuchar?
Sí,
So you were selling drugs, but you said you were disabled and collecting SSI. And you had a pistol with ammunition. Do you wonder why your wife was scared?
Mr. Medina, usted estaba vendiendo drogas, pero usted dijo también que estaba recibiendo discapacidad a través del Seguro Social. Usted tenía una pistola, la cual tenía municiones, y entonces usted se pregunta por qué su esposa estaba asustada.
sí, yo me pregunto eso también. Yo sé por qué. Por mis malas acciones, mis malas decisiones.
Yes, I know why, because of my wrongdoings and my...
Yo sé que tenía que ver estar asustada ¿verdad? Por lo que yo estaba haciendo. No me justifico porque sé que fueron malas decisiones, malas acciones. No tengo justificación para eso. Pero sí puedo decir que no cometería un mismo error 2 veces.
I am not trying to justify myself because I know that I was wrong, but I can say that I am not going to make the same mistake twice.
So you have, you were asked to participate in programs. And I know the only one that you have been attending is the CLICK program, which has to do with you reconnecting with your kids.
Mr. Medina, usted se le pidió que participara en una serie de programas, sin embargo, tengo entendido que ha estado participando en el programa CLICK, que es para poder reconectarse con sus hijos.
Is he in CLICK? He's in CLICK? Yeah, I know.
Well, I'm asking him.
You understand?
Mr. Medina, usted se le pidió que participara en ciertos programas. ¿Está usted participando en el programa CLICK, que es para poder reconectarse con sus hijos?
Sí, sí, estoy asistiendo a ese programa.
Yes, I am attending the program.
How did you get in that program?
¿Cómo usted pudo entrar a ese programa?
Ese programa entré a través de un compañero porque es un programa a través de un compañero que me dijo que tenía que escribir un request a, como que le dicen aquí, a una persona que se encarga de los programas. Me refirieron y ella me ayudó a entrar a ese programa, pues es un programa voluntario. Y yo quise entrar a él porque aparte no sé inglés, pero el maestro me trae cosas en español que tienen que ver con el programa para que yo me las lleve para la sesión y las lea. Y en el salón hay uno o dos compañeros que me explican un poco de lo que se discute en la clase. Trato de aprovechar lo máximo que puedo de los programas en los cuales puedo entrar, porque mi problema
Un
es
momento,
saber.
por favor, señor Medina, para poder traducir. I was able to get into the program because there was another inmate that I was talking to. He was participating and he told me that I needed to write a request, and I was referred to the program. it is voluntary, this program.
Yeah.
And even though I do not speak English, the teacher has been helpful bringing different coursework and assignments in Spanish for me to be able to understand. I want to take advantage as much as I can to promote these programs.
But there were two other important programs. I mean, there are quite a few. But for example, there is domestic violence that he has not taken, and addiction services, which he has denied having any substance abuse problems.
Habían otros programas que también estaban requeridos que usted completara, por ejemplo, el de violencia doméstica, y no lo ha tomado, además del programa de servicios de adicción, aunque usted ha mencionado anteriormente no tener un problema de adicción.
Yo siempre he estado de acuerdo con recibir y tomar los programas. El problema es que los maestros no me aceptaban porque yo no sé hablar ni entiendo inglés. Ahora mismo yo acabo de entrar hace un mes al programa de TS2 porque la maestra me puede entregar las asignaciones en español para que yo lo haga y parte de lo que se discute en el salón. Me refirieron, este mes también me aceptaron en el programa de Domestic Violence, pero no me permitieron entrar al grupo porque la maestra ni siquiera puede darme las asignaciones en español. Me dijeron que...
I was able to, I've been trying to get into these programs because I think I would like to take the programs, but the reason that I have not been taking these programs is because I do not speak English, and they cannot bring me any material or any other assignments to me in Spanish. For example, I was supposed to start domestic violence, but the teacher cannot bring me anything to me in Spanish, and that's the reason why I haven't been taking these programs.
How is he getting through the click?
¿Cómo entonces pudo entrar al de CLIC?
El de CLIC entré porque me ayudó a entrar el de CLIC un compañero que me dijo que ese programa era voluntario, y a través de una persona, de uno de los supervisores que bregan con los de los programas, que me refirió a ese programa. Me dijo que yo podía ir a ese programa, me ayudó a entrar a ese programa, porque había compañeros que también hablaban español. Entendían inglés y hablaban español y me podían ayudar.
I was able to go into that one because they helped me. There was one of the supervisors, he gave me a referral to go into the program, and since there were another people who were taking the program who speak Spanish, they gave me a chance to go.
Weren't there other people in the DV that spoke Spanish?
¿Hay otras personas en el programa de violencia doméstica que hablaran español?
Y ahora les voy a dejar saber lo que ellos me dijeron tocante el programa de violencia doméstica. Cuando yo empecé este programa de TS2 el mes pasado, también me enviaron una carta diciéndome que yo empezaba el programa de violencia doméstica al mismo tiempo. Entonces yo fui y no me dejaron entrar al de violencia doméstica porque la maestra no podía ayudarme con mi español. Me dijeron que a fin de este mes yo soy prioridad para entrar a un nuevo grupo en donde va a venir un maestro que sí me va a poder dar el programa, porque va a poder darme asignaciones y partes del programa en español. A fin de este mes yo estoy supuesto a entrar a los programas nuevos que van a abrir de violencia doméstica.
I just finished starting the program Tier 2 last month, and I got a letter from the domestic violence program at the same time that I was able to start. When I went there to the class, they did not allow me to go in because I do not speak English. But then they told me that there's going to be another program, another class that is going to open up at the end of this month, and then I am priority to go in. Because there's going to be another teacher who is going to be able to teach in Spanish.
So Tier 2, he's been in since January.
Can you do that?
And then he was asked to attend the DV in February. Is that it?
Usted lleva asistiendo al programa de Tier 2 desde enero y pidió asistir al de violencia doméstica en febrero, ¿es esto correcto?
No, cuando abran ahora a fin de febrero, van a abrir un grupo nuevo en donde el maestro sí me va a poder ayudar, porque va a poder hablar conmigo y entregarme mis asignaciones en español, porque es un nuevo grupo que empieza a fin de febrero. Yo voy a entrar a fin de febrero al grupo de violencia doméstica.
Yes, I am supposed to start domestic violence now at the end of February because this is a new class when they're going to be able to provide me with the paperwork and the material in Spanish with this new group.
Perfect. Okay, great. Okay. Well, if that's the case, I want to rehear him, so I won't go any further.
Thank you.
Okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, with you also have a disciplinary report for making threats over a phone call. So you really need that program.
En este caso, yo pido que se dé una nueva audiencia. También menciona, usted tiene un reporte de disciplina por hacer una amenaza en referencia a hacer una llamada telefónica.
Eso fue antes de que me sentenciaran. Sí, yo discutí con la que era mi esposa. Digo, es mi esposa todavía porque no nos hemos divorciado, pero nos separamos. Discutimos por teléfono y yo cometí ese error de decirle eso, pero eso hace más de 2 años.
Yes, that was before I was sentenced. I made the mistake of getting into an argument with my ex-wife. I should say my wife because we're still not divorced. And I said something that I was not supposed to say, but that was more than 2 years ago.
It doesn't matter if it was before you were sentenced or not. It was during this incarceration, but thank you for the explanation.
No importa, ya que de todas maneras fue durante este periodo de encarcelación, pero gracias por la aclaración.
Ms. Turner.
I have no questions.
Le pido perdón,
Like to
no fue
recommend
mi intención de buscarme un ticket así, no, pero ella sabía cómo sacarme de mi control.
It was not my intention to do it, but she knows how to get on my nerves.
Right, but you can control your actions, not hers. So you have to learn. December, you good for December?
Yeah.
Evidence of offense and relapse or release plan.
All right, in the matter of Eddie Medina, inmate number 271717. I'll move to deny parole for the following reasons. Inadequate program participation and inadequate evidence of offender change. We didn't really get into its release plan, so those two are fine. We'll rehear the case in December of 2025 with the recommendations of no disciplinary reports and OAP programs.
Second.
Is it all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Sorry, Liza.
Eddie Medina, número 2711717, hacemos una moción para negar su salida bajo libertad condicional en el día de hoy por las siguientes razones: inadecuada participación en programas institucionales y influencia de cambio en el ofensor. Sin embargo, damos una nueva fecha de audiencia para diciembre del 2025 con las siguientes recomendaciones: no tener nuevos reportes de disciplina y haber tomado los programas de su OAP.
Best of luck to you, sir.
Buena suerte, señor.
This concludes the hearing for Eddie Medina, date number 271717.
In our hearing, right?
And our hearing, the time is now 1:02.
Thank you.